Hi.
Hello.
Um, can you begin just by telling me your name and the name of your piece and when you made it?
So my name is Kevin, Kevin Blankenship. The name of my piece is Writer's Right. And guess I made it piecemeal over, well, last year, so a little over a year ago, and then kind of revisited it just recently as well. Though a lot of it's just been kind of percolating, a lot of the elements in there, it's a lot of photographs that I've kind of altered. Have just been really were collected over the lockdown period here in London. So it's kind of collating just a couple of years of just stuff that I needed to do something with.
So is gathering images like this kind of a part of your practice more generally, or like what was your practice like before the pandemic?
Um, it was probably this. It was the same, and just the lockdown just kind of highlighted, put into relief like some elements of it. Kind of there's a couple big themes that are going through there, and like one of them is just kind of like the big other of just what like the spiritual or like the existential, like, oh dear, like what's going on, like, and then what happens when like you just remove people from like the structures around you and like kind of like what's left. um and then a lot of it was just a lot of my practice is, I guess people really like just, I guess the term like mindfulness now, but it's really just trying to like kind of like couch yourself like in the moment and just kind of like observe and just try to remove as much kind of ego and judgment as possible and just kind of like see what's there and like how is it like affecting you. um yeah, so those, yeah, that writ large, that's kind of what it was about.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. To like observe without judging. It maybe draws some parallels between that and the access work that's happening now. It's really interesting what you say about people being removed from the architecture as well, because there's something about virtual space that kind of resonates with this, where yes, you have your green diamonds, but the anthropomorphic human is like not present in the space.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, and that's what kind of interests me with this particular piece, because it's like, or just, yeah, the idea of just this like virtual space where it's like, for me, it's everything is still very, very, very much grounded in like in the lived experience, like where I live, like in the city. Like most of this stuff is just photographs of just graffiti, and there's reasons behind that that we can get into, but it's like, and I'm taking that and kind of moving it into this virtual space where I do see a lot of other artists where everything is just, it really is highlighting just this is the virtual. There's no grounding in kind of like quote unquote reality, and like what can we do with that? And I think mine is very different in that it's all very, very deeply entrenched in like being in like the quote unquote real world, for better or worse, you know.
Have you worked in virtual space before?
No. So this is my first one. And for me, and I don't have any skill sets in that, and I don't have any skill sets in kind of like, Blender or what other artists are using in it. And so for me, it was really just utilizing my limitations, and I really enjoy working with limitations because I don't, it's helpful, to be honest. um, and just, everything in here is very basic shapes and just kind of like in very basic kind of tricks that I'm doing with the photographs essentially. And then just kind of in doing that, just kind of like it's a discovery process of just like, oh my, that looks great, or this is really blending with just perspective and like what happens when all of a sudden you can be so small, and this the image is now this massive, huge, piece. It's just, yeah, like, this is kind of an aside, but what I really enjoyed about it was just the sense of perspective. Like, and I felt like that was such a huge advantage of this virtual space where it's just like you can be infinitely small or infinitely big, and it's just it. You when you I want to really play with that because there's some it just seems powerful, like very creative.
Right. There's no, because it's like in physical space, the reason why you have a referent to the scale of the things around you is your body. And
Yeah,
so when you're embodied as a camera, then you
yeah,
are indeed infinitely small. And so when you get, it's like, if you want something to be larger, you simply go closer to it. This is true in physical space, but your body kind of tricks you into thinking that it's getting closer.
yeah, yeah.
Um, And how long had it been since you had returned to this space?
A year, more or
Wow.
less.
So how does
Yeah,
it feel
because
to come back?
it felt really it felt great, to be honest with you. When I finished it, I was like, okay, I've done it, like thank goodness, like close the book, like there it is, like I need to, like, I guess, I don't know, decompress or whatnot. And then to come back to it, especially with life, quote unquote, getting back to normal, and then just realizing there's all these kind of themes that were in there that are kind of like subconscious, and then realizing like, yeah, it's just interesting. Yeah, it's fascinating to like revisit something after like stepping away from it so much. It's because there's so much stuff that you're always doing, I feel like, in the background that you're just not aware of, and it's making sense at the time when you're putting the piece together, but you're not like really digging into it and like kind of pulling it apart. Or I don't know, it's like revisiting like your past self. And and appreciating some things and not liking some other things.
I really identify with that. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like the organizing principle of my own practice. It's sort of like art ends up being this type of channeling exercise where like you might have a reason for making something, but when you look back at your past self, you can kind of expose these parts of yourself that you're not totally aware of while you're making the work. Um, I'm
Yeah.
curious, like, how did the process of visually describing the work interact with your memory, or like how did it feel to do that portion of the process?
Um, I'm not gonna lie. Some of it is challenging, and some of it has been really, really hard. And I think, and that may have more to do with my struggle with writing and language. That basically I went to grad school and that kind of destroyed that whole aspect of my mind or something. Um,
Common story.
and then yeah, and so it was like, so some of the description is just so dry, and then there's kind of there's something to that, very objective, and then some of it can be overly subjective because I'm trying to really push a point, and then you have to balance all of this with, you want to be considerate of who the reader, or who the other is, and so um yeah, and so it's something I need to work on. I think yeah, the overarching the real thing that I've learned from it is it's something I need to incorporate more in my practice, because it's a skill set that I literally do not have. um, and so but it's valuable, and I just there's a lot of potential in it, because for me I can see kind of layers where it's, there's, it's could be its own kind of artistic layer to whatever you've created, or like some, as one of the works is just like, alt text is poetry. Like there's something very, very potent in that, I think.
Yeah, I love that. It's kind of like a way to get outside of your body, and say like how would this look to somebody who didn't make it? I have one more question uh, in this little component, and then we'll move on to the tour. Um, how do you relate to archives? Like, are you pretty serious about archiving your work? Do you return to old files on your computer? Like, what's the oldest file that you have in your possession?
Oof. Um, in many ways, like I, I I don't look at my old stuff, but that's probably more for self-conscious reasons. But then when I do get around to it, again, it's similar to this process where it's like there's actually a lot more in there than I remember. Um, in terms of archiving as a whole concept, I think it's critical. I think it's really, really important. And it was one of the things that I always kind of thought about with the virtual spaces. I'm like, there is no kind of permanence to it. And this is kind of how I feel towards like kind of all digital art is just because codecs and everything is always evolving and always changing, like none of this stuff is going to have permanence. You know, I have done work in like actual archives in terms of like audio recordings, and like kind of like the best preservation technique is really like vinyl is kind of like still kind of the best just because it's very mechanical. Otherwise, you just there's always this process where you're always going to have to update and kind of stay abreast of like the latest technology to keep it preserved, which is kind of interesting in and of itself.
Oh yeah, like CDs don't last very long. Hard drives only last maybe like 10 years. Um,
Yeah,
and it's like we think of digital artists so new, but it's like the technology moves so quickly that it's quite difficult to preserve, especially like the further towards the cutting edge you are, you're like scrambling to make this VR shit work, and you're like at Sundance or whatever, and you have your one demo, and it's not working 5 minutes before the thing, and then you're done with it, and you're like, fuck this, I don't ever want to look at this project again. And
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
proprietary platforms, forget about it. But
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this is partially why we're here, right? That storage is only one component of preservation, and the hope is that by making this oral history archive of walking through these spaces and the processes that made them, we can give them a life outside the code itself.
Yeah.
Um, Amazing. Thank you for
I
answering
mean,
those questions.
yeah, I mean, and to that point, I mean, again, I have a little bit of background or a lot in like ethnomusicology, and so like oral history or any type of like anthropology, like that's like a critical element that that's great that you're attempting to kind of incorporate that and preserve that in this project. So just a
Yeah.
little. March 2020 saw the first lockdown in London, and with it the closure of arts venues and nightclubs. The shared liminal space of the dance was gone and replaced with isolation. Isolation writ large in the empty streets and architectures of the city. The space I present is an artifact, an abstraction, and condensation of the countless walks through those vacant architectures and city soundscapes. It is a psychogeography scripted in sound and graffiti, a collection of photos and tunes, slightly altered and mixed into architectures representative of an altogether different liminal space that the city became. The space is meant to be explored without restriction in any direction. Walls are images and images are walls. They are not boundaries, but rather items that shape perspective. It is best to play with perspective and lose yourself in the. It's my uncle, Steve Blankenship, who, unbeknownst to himself, has been a consistent source of artistic inspiration. This one's for you, Stephen.
That's really nice. Now go ahead and jump in the space. Let's start looking around.
Cool. So this obviously is our landing spot uh, within the space. And in it, essentially, I've created what I would like the viewer to think of as just kind of a gallery space, a very strange one, but where, we just have pictures on a wall. Um, and as we kind of look around, it's a slightly disorientating space where the floor is fluctuating. There's just this weird blue thing on the ceiling. Um, the viewer might, want to check out some of the pieces, and just kind of do what you do in a gallery, I guess. And it's silent because it's always supposed to be quiet in a gallery, I guess. I don't know. I'm not trying to critique overtly, too much critique what galleries are, um, but really, eventually you'll come around and you'll be like, oh, right, the walls aren't boundaries, and maybe I want to move about. Um, and why is this wall over here moving? That's like rather strange. So
Yeah, well, let's hold on for a second. I want to paint a little bit, or like,
sure.
because it's what's interesting is how the walls and the gallery are very, like, you can kind of see the artifacts of the JPEG compression, and it
Yeah.
seems like the floor is, well, I mean, this phenomenon is called Z fighting, where there's like an orange plane that is intersecting with this sort of more metallic plane, and whenever you move around, they kind of shift with each other and like interlace. Um, and
which
it's
is which is something I discovered and really liked, and so I used it in various places. So
Yeah, my second piece ever on New Art City had a lot of Z fighting in it. And then where all of the walls are covered in these different images of cities and graffiti and brick walls. And then, as Kevin said, there's a green text that says the walls are not boundaries, and behind that is some animated thing. I can't really tell what that is.
right. So if we move through, it ends up, you got to keep fighting. You're going to keep going through these things. Once you'll realize this is a lift, as they say here in England, or an elevator from States. um, but if you move back, and then there's various graffitis, it's actually the base of uh, a door in the tube.
Oh, I see.
And this is like one of the gallery space is like three different levels in a sense. Um, and I really like this kind of acid etch graffiti here called React because it's on the door.
Right.
And and it was just it's kind of a theme, just a general thing like in life. They're always kind of reacting to something. And at the time, this actually would have been locked down. There's very few people on the train, and just kind of contemplating, like, what am I reacting to? Why am I feeling this way? Why is it so quiet? And, you know, and right now in the background, you can kind of hear some of the soundscape work that I've done, and it's got that high kind of pitch whine, which for me, it's really kind of like, it's like the back of your teeth. Like, are they gritting? Like what? Something isn't. It's unsettling. And that was kind of the effect that I was trying to create here. And if you step further back, you can kind of see it in relation to other elements.
Yeah, I love the way these sort of elements of the elevator, or it's like I couldn't tell what those blue things were. Now I can tell that those are railings, and
Yeah,
you're seeing kind of an unwrapped elevator along this long rectangle, and above that is another long rectangle of the door opening and shutting with the like sort of
right.
brown blood colored
Um,
React written on it. And then you can kind of see the purple background and a few like orange like rectangle cube shapes off in the distance.
this thing on the right here.
Yeah. Oh, and there's this big many pointed orange star shape intersecting with the whole architecture.
Yeah. Um, so you're cutting out a little, so I'm not. I may miss what you're saying, but I'm gonna go down because, well, actually, if it's okay, I'm gonna turn around.
Sure.
Um, and because because what we're hearing in the background, this is kind of the tube station basically, and you know, this first little kind of video audio piece here is from one of the tube stations on Port Road, kind of on the corner of Stillwell and London. And these are just some of the public service announcements on the wall there. You know, and I was always going through this station, and it's just really, it's one of the busier ones, and it's just really strange to be the only person there on a regular basis. So that's, again, it's kind of, you know, under, you know, the theme here is that there aren't many people. Where did they all go? You can hear some people in the background that keeps themselves just now. But the idea is, you'll see it, you know, the escalator, like I'm going to go down and then explore these spaces. And again, really working with this, the limitations, so I don't have kind of like the virtual space. Using basic geometric I'm putting things I'm seeing and then to continue to generate but
Right. So it looks like that's like an escalator, and it's like a cube intersecting with the floor, and then you can go through into the cube and you see the escalator moving and moving with these little public service graphics on it. And then now we're seeing a big hand with a spherical image of the tube resting in the palm.
yeah, so right, so the idea is we've gone down through the escalator, and here's what ends up if you continue into it is kind of an empty rail car, which is kind of another, just didn't really encounter these things very often, typically until the lockdown. But I did kind of add this character here. And the reason I did it is a long time ago I read a book by Neil Gaiman called Neverwhere. And there's a bunch of characters in it, and just the way he described these people that kind of lived in the underground alternate world in London, I feel like I run into them occasionally. And this kind of goes to like an underlying theme of just, you know, kind of paganism or spiritualism, or just, you know, just people encountering the big existential other. And there's just these wonderful people and characters that you just, that really, for me, you just stumble upon them in my journeys through the city. And this character was one of them. And I see him occasionally on the tubes, actually. And he's always got a little journal, and he's always writing something. So, this is one of the pieces I really like in the work.
And did you take the spherical image yourself?
Sorry?
So you recorded this spherical image yourself?
Yeah, so this is like using kind of a pano shot on a phone and then wrapping it in a sphere, or mapping it as a sphere.
That's really cool.
Um,
And it's interesting the like kind of ghostly shape that the person takes, where um their hair is very like wispy and it's partially transparent, and their like hands are distorted, and of
yeah,
course their face is obscured by the mask.
yeah. I mean, this one is a collage, so that's like from a different photograph. And then I've done some editing and layering and what have you. Because technically nobody's in this car, but you know, spiritually this person's there.
Oh, that's really cool. I love that.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, the title of this one is like Never Empty, and that's it kind of goes this thing like there's always stuff happening around you that you're never quite aware of, and sometimes it's the most obvious stuff that you don't notice. Not that there's nothing here, but it was just for me it just kind of references that where it's you may think you're alone, something, but you're probably not. And then in the background, this is the squeal of the Northern Line, which is one of the main trains I used to take. And it's got a certain rhythm and pattern to it that I like. It's incredibly loud, at least for here. Like in New York City, the trains are really loud. They're actually pretty quiet in London. But when I'm listening to music on the train, like there's a few tunes and a few songs that are in the same key, and so I don't know, I like this feeling. And so if we pull out of this space, and interestingly enough, when we're underground, you can actually see all the way up to the top, like the whole kind of space. So just because we're kind of talking about spiritual stuff or what have you, I will just want to point out the kind of the axis of the whole space is this hand. What I'm referring to is kind of like the sunburst, and then we'll see at the top the four-faced kind of pudgy Buddha head that you'll see all over the place. And these are kind of trinkets. I call them trinkets, but there's more, they also have spiritual meaning for a lot of people.
I love
Um,
that. And so what we're seeing is you're right near the gold palm, and there's the spherical image of the train, and then above you you can see the escalator, and you can see a whirling spherical image, and another blue Z fighting box with a bunch
yeah.
of
And then
like a
above
graphic of
that would be the
people.
sunburst and then the head.
Yeah,
And this hand is in a gesture, kind of in Buddhist and Hindi and some of the other kind of religious systems. There's a mudra that's Gaian, although it's kind of with the wrist the way it is, that's Vitarka. But it's essentially it's a gesture of like kind of wisdom or knowledge, and that's just and that's kind of like holding up this whole structure. Um, and I hadn't really thought about it until I revisited the piece as to why that hand was there, rather than just kind of all these elements in a way just floating above it. But um, I think upon reflection, it's the idea of just like all of trying to create these things and processing these elements of just kind of the world around me. Again, everything I try to do is really grounded in my experience. It's just trying to come to self-awareness and can just kind of some type of understanding, even though it's probably always going to change, and you're always learning and your viewpoints always changing. That just I think for a lot of us, it's I don't know. There's just we're trying to make a way in a world that is meaningful, and so I think for me, it's just trying to understand and know things. I guess should we move on?
yeah.
All right. Um, okay, so if we continue up, so this is kind of the underground zone. This would be zone what I've called zone 2. We kind of venture back upwards when through the signs of the underground.
This is such a
And
characteristically New Art City space. I just love the chaos of all the different spheres and videos and images. And it's so cool to be in the constrained box and then be out of the box and see all of these things like up above. That looks that cube looks like the facade of a of an office building, which is presumably empty when you took the picture, but all of the lights.
Yeah. So yes, this is an empty office building, which is right adjacent to the station. And it again speaks to, just I guess commerce in the city, and it's just, yeah, this vast cube of just emptiness, really, and repetition, and rail lighting. It's just a floor after floor. And again, here in the background, we've got that, kind of high pitched whine with just some basic rhythmic kind of clicks and clanks going. But again, there is this, it's kind of like an inouï kind of sense, or that's what I'm trying to evoke here.
Definitely
Um,
comes across, especially when you're inside of it. It feels so like vast and empty.
yeah, and this is going to contrast with another one, which is, I mean, I guess we could just go there now, really. Because these are the two big kind of boxes that I created for this, and they're just photographs. And they're meant to be on opposite sides of kind of the east and west of the central structure. Um, and this one I've kept silent, uh,
And
mainly
that's your title
because
image, right?
I haven't,
We have this
couldn't
big
create the
steel
right.
structure, right? With a bunch of
Yeah,
rivets.
yeah. So this, um, is kind of the steel girders underneath Blackfriars Bridge. Um, and then I've orientated it to the side. And I'm obsessed with repetition and pattern, whether it's in music or visually. Um, and this one just, I felt really utilized, or really highlighted the strengths of just using an image with some lines and then wrapping it in a box, because you just get these great, just, I don't even know really how to describe it. They're just these really, I mean, it looks like there's depth inside the girders. And I, for a little bit, I would tuck little pieces of graffiti inside them, but then I realized that just took away from what was just left to its own devices. It looks great.
Yeah, it wraps in a really interesting way. All of the faces are different, and it takes on this almost like non-Euclidean shape, or it's almost like a
Right.
Mobius strip.
Yeah. 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 I mean, like this one right here, I mean, my immediate impression when I look at that is like, oh, it's, yeah, I mean, it's like you're in the opera house or something. Like, I
It
don't know.
looks 3D. It looks like the
Yeah.
wall is just kind of like curving outward in this way that doesn't seem possible.
Yeah. Which, yeah, yeah, I don't know how it did it, but it did it. So again, I love the accidental, the incidental, you know, just stumbling upon something. I I think I used to be a strong advocate, or always believed that like you're supposed to be like the master of like whatever you create, and like it's just such an antiquated, like horrible way to view things. It's just not how the world is. I think it's far more intriguing to be like open and just see what happens from accidents, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that really has a lot to do with mindfulness, right? That perceiving without judging is it's a gift. The gift is presence.
Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, I mean, and that's where the real work is just like trying to get to that 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 state of mind, or just that appreciation, or just that openness. I mean, that's where, for me, like, that's where you should be putting more energy in, rather than trying to like, quote unquote, like conquer, and like all this, these, I don't know, I'm not sure what I'm saying, but anyway.
The solo genius, the like inspiration as the unit of analysis of art. It's like it feels a lot more seems like an old way of looking at things.
Yeah, and I just think that there's such strong associations with, like, I mean, for me, I guess at this point and living where I live now, just like colonialism, like all this like domination, all these really what ends up being like really negative, like just approaches, like, I'm definitely more for like, like the world's a plurality and like everyone's voice needs to be heard. And it's a question of like being able to hear and listen and like appreciate that. And like there's a whole lot of issues that we're all going to face as human beings and humanity. And like that's kind of for me, that's the only way out. you know, like we all need to help each other, or something like that. Um, so then leaving the space, might as well go over here. Um,
Seeing some big cubes with a bunch of graffiti on them. We're seeing the opening and closing React door again. An orange cube with this graphic on it of like four very simple like municipal human figures with this. What is that shape? The backslash backslash vertical
yeah,
line forward slash forward slash.
uh, that's that's my logo. um, Minor plug. Now, yeah, it's the basically. I mean, kind of like underlying like all of this and kind of like my whole kind of practice is just the idea of just like the liminal space, and in the sense of like the space that is in between two things or in between something. And this you can look in anthropology, and there's some writers that look in where it's like rights and when you go through puberty or things like that where people are separated from their tribe or their group to go through this change and then come out the other side as an adult, if we're talking about like puberty or something. But you encounter it all the time. I mean, and for me with my background, like I would say like music and nightclubs and the collective space of the dance was very much a liminal space, like outside of kind of the usual social dynamics and work and what have you. But going further in just delving deeper into it, I mean, and we've been talking about kind of like mindfulness. I mean, I'm always wanting to get to that space where you're in between, you're neither here nor there, and you're just kind of appreciating like what it is that's in front of you. And in a sense, I mean, that's for me, that's what I like about artwork, is just like that's where it gets you like in that mental state. Now I realize for some, like art is meant more as like a critique or something, and it's always having an argument against or presenting an other for. um but again, for me, it's like that liminal space, like that's, I mean, and that's where a lot of these images come from. It's just like I was wandering around or just like doing whatever I was doing and saw something, and it struck me at that moment. And so it's just kind of grabbing that and just taking that image. um and again, this is why I kind of continually been referring to everything as like being very grounded in my experience, my lived life. And you know, and even over here, when we look at these kind of towers of graffiti and tags, like I set this up, especially at this time, because it was locked down. And like for me, there weren't people around, nothing was happening. But when you looked at graffiti, it was kind of like, it was everyone's voices like frozen, like just left their mark. And you could go by these places every now and then, and there'd be, and graffiti is always changing. Somebody's always writing over somebody else, or it's getting painted over by the city, and then somebody else writes some more on it. And so there, for me, it's a conversation. And so this kind of piece here, this element here, it's kind of like this is like a crowd of people having a very lively discussion.
Yeah,
But
each of the graffiti tower, you have the two towers, and then you have the cube, and they're all intersecting with one another. But I love what you're saying about it being like a conversation. It's almost like Talmudic.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I think at this point, like I should say, like the underlying, like the working title for this has always been "Dogs Piss, Riders Right," and and it comes from, it was a while back, and it was some official in New York City, just it was a soundbite on the news, just deriding graffiti and equating it to, like, it's just like dogs pissing, marking their territory, and it just kind of struck me because I mean, they're trying to get cheap political points and doing the cliche of, criminals as animals, blah blah blah. But it just struck me as like, yeah, it's like dogs are going to do what dogs do, and people are going to do what people do, and we all, it's just, again, just trying to get to that basic level, just like take it as a basic fact and just kind of look at it and try to appreciate it. It's like these people are going to write and they're going to do these things, and maybe just try to appreciate it somehow.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretty wild opinion to like view pissing as immoral.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was just like, yeah. And then for me, I mean, I mean, I like animals, so I'm just like, yeah, like, I mean, I don't get it, but dogs seem totally fine with it. They're sticking their nose in it, they're sniffing it, they're looking at the other one, they're adding to it. Like, there's probably this whole world and conversation that they're having that, like, it's probably really, really meaningful to them, but I can't penetrate, their worldview, so I don't know. But when I'm looking at riders, riding and tagging stuff, I'm like, yeah. And what's the difference between that and, people trying to make huge buildings and edifices and all that? I mean, it's just, I mean, people want to leave a mark in some way, shape, or form. And, you know, let's let's just have a look at it.
Absolutely.
Um, so again, like going back to kind of like perspective and just kind of what we talked about, like when you're, when you can be infinitesimally small or huge, like making these, wrapping just cubes and squares and rectangles and circles, and throwing them together, you just get these really great, what I think is just textures and angles.
Yeah, now we're inside of one of the graffiti cubes, and there's this blue tag that's taking up a lot of the space, but there are a lot of little scribbles. I see some stars in black. There's the spray painted text bills.
mm,
Um, and then there are a couple of images inside. I really love so those black swatches, I really can't tell on that one image whether somebody was painting over graffiti or whether that is itself art. And then you have this really cool white line drawing over one of these uneven swatches of this abstract kind of bubbly line figure with both of its hands in the like rock and roll symbol and one foot raised fully up.
yeah. So this artist, and I don't know the name. I mean, I actually kind of appreciate the anonymity of graffiti writers. There, you'll see that figure a lot in the city. Um, and this wall here, there's another, this, I have another picture of this wall without that figure there. Um, so it's like before they came and wrote it. So these black splotches had been painted there, covering up something else. And then again, like, somebody comes along and sees something, and then, like, what, I can put that figure right there and it fits perfect, and it ends up, you know what was just a black splotch ends up being something much more. It's,
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
um and yeah. And then the other thing, I love these walls, like with the paper peeling away. This one's interesting. It's like with these two figures here, and I think I don't even know what it's from, but it's like a male and female figure.
Seems to have
Um,
his arm around her. He's looking down at her, but it's really like washed out black and white. Her dress seems to be kind of ruffled. And yeah, and the wallpaper itself looks like the sort of like the facade has decayed away. You can see all of these like like studs and boards and stuff in black and white as it's peeling off.
Yeah. Um, and this is one of I really like this area, this building here where this is taken, just because the peeling paints and then the layers of graffiti. Um, and then that kind of like character throw up right there.
Oh, there
Why?
it's back. Yeah.
If we exit out of here, yeah, there's another view up here. And I rotate around. This piece here, we're looking at this wall, like just endless layers of things being written and written and written on top of each other. I like the effect of it. I may switch around here, the other side, or you can see it in here as well.
Oh yeah, this one's a lot more colorful. Got a lot of blues of different colors. We got some gold and some red, and it's all just washing over itself. I
Yeah,
see in reverse dig with two G's. What's that other word? HEA, dig heat.
it's either that or beat. Might be
Dig.
dig.
Oh, that seems more correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. We've got some little handwriting too. Yeah, this is so beautiful.
Yeah, with just kind of like the white lines in the upper right corner. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of movement in it, and it's yeah,
Yeah, it's really dynamic.
yeah, yeah. Um, and then at this point, you're starting to hear kind of what I consider like the epic kind of tune. It's supposed to be just kind of like with like the horns and the chimes. Um, and that's really just to kind of indicate like kind of like the once you're up very high, this the kind of the vastness of the space. Um, and that's when you kind of end up here at like the quote unquote like Godhead or the four, what I call the four face moon, though it is the very common in the town I grew up in. It was heavily influenced by Buddhism. You saw this all over the place. Um, and so, and I'm not a Buddhist or anything like that, but it's just, again, it's just something that's always around you. And so it influences you, even though you don't really know why or how. Um, but so that would be up here. And then if you decide to venture in, you go through the nose of the office. In a very kind of tongue-in-cheek way, I've put in that door.
Yeah,
So
this blue door with the metal bar across it. It looks like they're like the paint is chipping off, but some of them kind of look like it's been bashed with a hammer or like a bullet hole or something.
yeah, I really love the door. Again, it's kind of like this is textures and paints. I'll get a little right here. You can see them. It's bills have been posted on there and taken off, so you can see the paint.
Yeah, all of its residue.
Yeah. But again, I mean, this is kind of very, a lot of some of this stuff to me was very kind of tongue in cheek, very cliche, like huge, obvious just the spiritualism and this, that, and the other. And this is with layers of perception, how that's through that kind of stuff. And but I like it in the sense that it's a lot there. It's basically two-dimensional. So it's just, I mean, it's very much there and metaphorical. You know, you try to go through it, and then you're just right on the other side. Nothing's really going anywhere. It's
Walls
very,
are not boundaries and neither are doors. You find
yeah,
a door when you get inside.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the other thing. I mean, I got quite a number of photos of doors, especially here as opposed to say in the States, like they're all different shapes, sizes from different eras. Like, and then, yeah, I've got a thing for doors. Um, and then, this is just a very basic, again, I just picked up this 3D image, online and plopped it in there. I mean, I think it should, just for the sake of transparency, but, my background is, is hip hop and, hence the street culture and the 3D and, I come from when you could actually sample. So I'm, I realize there's kind of ethical or moral qualms with that, but, it's kind of, there's also a creative element to it. So it was borrowed and try to create something from what I bought.
Totally.
um, so that's those are the main pieces. There's actually two collages that I created. If you wanted to look at them, realize what low and some of them. The first would be this one down here.
Flower Church.
Yeah, Flower Church. And this is just something I walked by so often when during lockdown. And sometimes it's good to kind of see it at an angle. So there is the hand gesture reaching through the church, and it's just kind of a layer. There's kind of filtered flowers on a layer below, just a night shot of the church. But again, this is kind of an obvious over the top gesture to just kind of like the Garden of Eden and like Christianity and those viewpoints. But again, that hand gesture is kind of meant to reference like knowledge and teaching, where it's like, but the fall kind of had to happen if we wanted to like learn or know anything. So
Yeah, it's like the fall into the body, the fall into subjectivity to like not knowing. I
yeah,
don't even exactly recognize a hand in that shape. Or like I'm seeing the it's very colorful, like blues and greens, and there's some like flame orange, and the church is echoing across the frame, and it's getting overlaid with these flowers. Um, and I guess I can see that undulating shape in the middle in the greens and oranges must be the hand, right?
yeah, yeah, the fingers. If you come to,
Oh, so it's an actual 3D shape. Oh, right.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oop, sorry, there we go. Yeah, so it's stretching through it.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And again, it's all layered and artistic, and graffiti. Again, I got some obsession with graffiti. I don't know what my issue is.
It's worth
um,
obsessing over. And I mean the like layering effects, I assume you used Photoshop for that. I've been obsessed with that technique lately.
yeah, to be honest, I did that and Procreate.
Oh, I've heard Procreate is awesome, but I don't have an iPad.
Yeah, I don't know Photoshop, so I use Procreate, and I'm still trying to tinker with it and figure out. It's fun. That's all I'll say. It's quite fun. Um, and then actually this little thing in the background with React and then hit Panic. Panic is another one of their writers up here in North London. This was definitely during early in the pandemic, and so I just it just cracked me up. Just on the street, just like, all right, everyone hit Panic, we're freaking out. And then with the React above it, it's just kind of like, yeah, how are we going to react to our current situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting where it's like we were really kind of focused on opening a space for art to happen, but it's like we exist very much because the pandemic was happening. So this whole archive of worlds really ends up being this like multimedia pandemic diary in a lot of ways, or it's like kind of unavoidable how much of this work is in response to like lockdowns.
Oh, it's had such a massive impact, and like I feel like we don't really acknowledge it or try not to. I mean, I'm just been shocked that I was really hoping it'd be a huge reset for the whole world, and we've kind of come out of it like enlightened or something. And like, it's just like getting back to business, you know, like everyone's trying to get back to some status quo, and it's unfortunate. Um,
Yeah, it's like I think a lot of radicals I know were saying, you know, at the height of the pandemic, it's like people want to get back to normal, but like normal wasn't fucking good.
yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, and it's just like wait, we're rushing to jump back into this hyper capitalist like dehumanizing stuff. It's just like come on. Like really. But who knows, who knows, it's still early days. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, really, it did open up a lot of new lanes of inquiry of like, you know, we want the world to be different. How can it be different?
Yeah, and then I feel like the resounding answer is like we don't want it to be different. You know, are those the collective whoever other that's in power was just like no, like yeah, we gotta protect the bottom line or something. Like I don't know.
Totally.
Um, and then I mean, if we want, there's one other piece that's all the way on the other side of the world. So
Yeah, let's close out with that other collage. I think this is a pretty reasonable amount of time to be talking.
okay,
And I'm I'm delighted. I'm so glad that we did this, or like I'm really excited to do more tours like this because it's just such a treat to like hear you speak about the work in your own words.
yeah, I mean, I just thank you so much. Like again, I'm genuinely grateful that New York City has done this. It's been an absolute pleasure to do, and I've just learned so much. And it's great to see what other people are doing, and I love how everybody's doing very different stuff, which
Yeah,
is
it's so special.
yeah, yeah, it's a great thing. It's a really great thing. Um, so on this side. Um, so this is a collage here. And again, it's a door. And this is just some alleyway. I think it's on Holborn, sure, like just north of it. And so I love all they do external plumbing around here, which is just, I think is hilarious. And so these are all the pipes they just stick on the outside of the buildings.
I love pipe aesthetic. And I just by looking at this, I wouldn't have known that it's a collage. It looks really just like a dark brick building facade with some windows, and there's the like fading white paint, and there are a bunch of splotches of red and green and black paint on the outside kind of splattered on. But now as I look at it more, I can see that those must be composited. And then you have this kind of sculptural image in the center of a man's face in white and the rest of his kind of body or robes in this like chiaroscuro black and gray.
Yeah. So right, and so the all the color and is the paint, and that's just it's a close up of just a graffiti wall, like I think it's up near Alley Pally, um, and it's just so it's just layers of pieces that have been done on top of each other and then peeled off. So again, it's just I like textures, and so I really like the texture of that. And then the figure is it's this really great sculpture that's actually literally reaching out of a wall, um, and it's Saint Alban, which I don't know much about, but apparently he's the first martyr in England, I guess. um, but just the expression on the face is it's just I don't know, I like it. um, and it was just on one of the walks that again, as I mentioned before, it just kind of wandered by and it just really struck me, and so grab a photo of it and then see what I can do with it. um, and again, in
So
terms of
powerful.
plumbing, dogs piss, riders right, we all got to go to the potty. I mean, it's just, I don't know, if you really try to appreciate all aspects of things, I don't know. you know,
Yeah, I mean,
I
Joyce
don't know.
likened creation to excretion, and I think about that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're like inherently creative. Like and this is why I enjoyed living in cities. Is like wherever you go, whatever you look at, like it was somebody's idea to either put that there, make it that way, design it that way. Like we're surrounded by ideation, and it's like, and just to sit there and just kind of ponder the stories behind it, or like if somebody they gave a fuck, they're like, yeah, I want to make it nicer. Like, I don't care. Like, I mean, all of that like matters at some point, or it's interesting, I guess.
All of these like embedded assumptions in the built environment. I feel the same way. It's just like endlessly fascinating.
Yeah, yeah. And if you can, and for me, like I know I'm in a happy place when I'm kind of viewing the world that way, and I know I'm in a bad mood when I can't get to that kind of view. Like for me, it's like the happy place. um, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's the last piece. There's a whole bunch of hidden stuff in all of this, and I think part of the idea is to kind of explore it and get lost in all the nooks and crannies and just um, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I've been in this space a couple times now, and it's this definitely gave me a really fresh view of it, and I think it's really cool that, especially in the accessible view, that this is one way to experience it, and you can deep dive into the images as well, and the catalog will give you kind of a full sequential picture in a different light. Um,
Right.
yeah, I'm really really pleased, and I'm really grateful to you for taking the time and making the work in the first place. Yeah, thank you for being our first tour in this series.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and yeah, it's been really great to kind of get to know you and to meet you properly.
Yeah, it's a real treat. Okay,
Yay, the love recording.
hi. So I'm gonna start just by asking some basic background questions like what's your name, where are you calling from, what's your piece called, and like when did you make it?
Seems like it should be easy, right? Okay, so my name, Sonia Levesque. I've already forgotten the rest of the questions. My piece is called AI and I. When did I make it? It's been a work in progress for a while. I started working with AI. I should know this. 2021, I think. Yeah, so the virtual installation, or the first floor of it, covers the first year, and I've been very good to not touch that, tweak it, add more to it so it can stay as is, because it's also been longlisted for the Aesthetica Art Prize 2023. And so I feel like if I go in and I start changing and tweaking things after that, then it kind of like, I don't know, isn't the done thing. So I've just been adding extra layers and been throwing things into the other floors, apart from the alt text, which of course I think everyone wants to know what the hell they're looking at. So, oh yeah, I should probably not swear, and I'm not very good at this stuff.
Oh, I'm not really worried about that personally. Or, I am equally culpable. So yeah, I mean, you shed a little bit of light on like your workflow to create the piece, but I would love to hear more about sort of your process of collaboration with AI and how the virtual space has fit into it.
Okay, cool. Well, I started working with, I started thinking about AI as something that I could tap into and work with way back in 2019 when I was at CogX, a conference which took place in London, King's Cross, and that was the first time I got proper experiencing, oh, look, you can, use AI to make music with it, to make art with it, and you know, like actual people who are like close by, they're doing it, and it's not really out of reach. And then slowly afterwards, various programs started popping up, and you know, I'd experiment with it. And then I got into things like, I think for visual art, Starry AI was the first app that was like, ooh, okay, I'm kind of liking the results that are popping out of this. And GPT-3, which I was able to kind of like access the preview version and start chatting with it. And then I kind of like created a persona out of it, Howard AI. And we decided to collaborate together and create a journal, an experimental art journal, and we decided that it would live in New Art City. And so that was the first time I brought AI into virtual space. Prior to that, I was just putting my prior work on there, like my more traditional visual artwork, like photography and whatnot. Yeah, so the hybrid art journal. Yeah, it was very experimental, and I was trying to work with a whole bunch of artists and seeing what we could create. Now, like was like, you know, I'd be so interested to see what the journal would look like, say today, using GPT-4 or something, and seeing how far it's come across, and how much it's grown. But yeah, I've bunged a whole bunch of old hybrid art journal stuff into one of the other floors. So I've just like brought out the Delaware warehouse again, and just like, it's a big bunch of art and some articles that were part of the journal and things of that nature, and the instruction manual, which I also used AWS Poly for narration, and the sounds are quite interesting, I found. And I stuffed that into one of my sculptures, UDU, which is funny, I find. But yeah, I think, does that kind of answer your question a bit?
I mean, it raises a lot more questions in like a really good way. I love how sort of this world that you've created has this like internal logic inside and outside of the virtual space itself, where like the space is one venue, but I mean, the sort of language of signs that connects all of these different pieces is really, really interesting.
Yes, I need to kind of like write an encyclopedia, because like, yeah, I'm saying like all these words and I know what they mean. They refer to like other works with, yeah, but most people have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is one of the things about world building, where like you're in the work and you're making something and it sort of has this life of its own, especially when you're collaborating with an AI. A lot of the sort of internal logics of it aren't necessarily apparent as you're creating it. It kind of really cuts against this idea of like the creator as God or whatever. But I don't know, it's kind of reminding me of Ian Chang's like Emissary's Guide to Worlding, where like part of the work ends up trying to like document the phenomena that are like emergent properties of this space that you've been inhabiting privately. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll sort of shift gears a little bit, because I'm kind of curious about like what led you here. Like, what was your practice like before the pandemic?
Pre-pandemic, oh my God, it was very different. It was more traditional photography, so abstract botanical works, and audiovisual work. So I did a lot of music videos and fashion videos, and things of that nature. And sculptures as well. Oh, and poetry as well. Okay, so it was quite multifaceted, but just in more traditional ways. And then everything sort of like shut down, and you know, the exhibitions that were supposed to happen got put on pause or cancelled, and it's like, oh, okay, well, what are we going to do now? It's like me and the computer. And then the good thing, silver linings, although there's not really many silver linings to do with, you know, COVID and the rest of that, but all the conferences and stuff went onto Zoom. So, you know, a whole bunch of events that I couldn't previously attend could virtually attend. So I found myself at Format Festival, and that's where I heard about New Art City from, well, of course, like that's where it was. And I remember like hitting the space bar and being so like, oh my God, I can still hear it, but not so much as, you know, and like spatial audio and things like that. It was really cool. And then, so I started playing around with that and seeing that as a possibility, almost like with CogX, how I was like, oh, okay, this AI thing, people like humans that I'm aware of are working with it, so I can work with it too. It was like that, but with virtual art. And I was like, okay. And then so you guys were kind enough to give me space, and so I went crazy and I played around. First of all, I put my photography work in there, but then I started toying with, you know, making my own 3D sculptures and things like that. And then everything was like, ooh, I've done that in real life. What does it look like in virtual life? So, yeah, that's kind of how it transitioned. And now I'm just somewhere off there.
I love that. I mean, this is a story I've heard a couple times today that folks are like, oh, you know, I wanted to work in virtual space, but it was really, really difficult. And then suddenly I found it like didn't have to be difficult anymore. And it's a real treat. I totally forgot that you came in through format, and it's quite interesting that like many people came through that show kind of from because it was a photography show, like from a more traditional like photography background. And I think we converted quite a few people towards like working into virtual space.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect time for it as well. The traditional arts had nowhere to go, and you know, you had this wonderful platform. It's like, hey, and I still find myself, even like when I was at the Let's Debate conference, and I was showing some peeps the space of the work that I was doing for International Women's Day. I was like, you guys should get it. They're like, whoa, what is this? This is like on my mobile phone. I'm like, yeah, it's on your mobile phone and it's spatial and, you know, it's accessible. And I was explaining to them that I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be a UAI at some point, which is an Unreal Authorized Instructor. And I said, like, New Art City is kind of like the gateway almost to that, because it just makes everything so much easier, and it's a starting point, and things that, you know, as a traditional artist, these things doesn't really mean anything. You know, you have your own language, and you know, the technical side, like, you know how to work a camera inside out, but it's like, Blender, what the, you know, right? But this is like a nice little sort of like gentle easing into it. And by the time you start playing around with Unreal and, you know, Unity, or, you know, what other engines, what have you, NVIDIA, what else have gonna come out, you know, it's like, it's not all foreign, and, you know, you're like, oh, I've done some things, and yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's something that we think is really powerful about it too, that like it gives you the tools to kind of be dangerous and think about the component parts of virtual space. And if sometimes this is enough, and if you want to get deeper into like real-time simulation or like interaction, then the game engines are kind of ready for you. Yeah, I'm curious about, so like Unreal, with like New Art City was your gateway into Unreal. How do you sort of weigh the differences between these two virtual spaces in terms of like the way that you're choosing to express with them?
Right. Well, in some ways, I just kind of like feel rather nostalgic towards New Art City, because, you know, it was that the first of anything is always very special, right? So it's like, oh yeah, that space. But also the thing that I like about it is more immediate and very accessible. So it's like you just hit publish and boop, there you are. It's done. You don't have to worry about packaging things up and whatnot. And I say, yeah. See, New York City to me just feels like the future of websites. So I just look at it like that, like that's a nice showroom kind of thing. And it's a nice little place where you can experiment within limitations, and limitations sometimes are good. I've learned that. But with Unreal Engine, it's like, okay, even they don't particularly like how I work. But you know, it's like, it's not performant with Niagara systems and all the crazy stuff that you could do. But in terms of pushing it, what I enjoy with Unreal is, you know, the quality of the stuff. I pump in all of these like super high res, crazy amount of like the amount of polygons some of my things have in there. Like, can you imagine putting that in USC? Now I'd get in trouble. Um, but yes, but so I see New York City is very accessible, and that's the thing that I love about it. It's a website anyone can. Unreal Engine, I've been enjoying playing around with YouTube VR, like 360 stuff. And I've also been doing animations on there, and I find the layout and the possibilities to have sequences and cameras in there, and integrations with things like Touch Designer and Ableton, talking with
Okay. Okay, so just start by telling me your name and the title of your piece.
My name is Amy Parrish, and this project is called World Away.
And where are you calling from?
I am calling from Shantiniketan, India. This is a rural district of West Bengal.
And when did you make this piece?
This piece I created towards the end of 2020 and into the beginning of 2021. It's
Um,
actually a combination of all sorts of work that actually unfolded over a few years.
Yeah, I feel like that's a common story that New Art City kind of allows you to like organize all of these different streams into one place. And tell me more about your process for making the piece.
Oh, this piece is almost like walking through my memory. It was a way to where I could pull in artwork and influences. So sort of if you could walk around inside of my brain, this might be one way that my information is laid out inside of there.
Um, and so you made this kind of in the early days of New Art City and also in the like early days of the pandemic. And I'm curious, like, what was your practice like before, and how did it sort of change during the pandemic?
What I thought was fantastic about this is that I usually work in historic photographic processes. So it's all about photography as objects. It's very tangible. Now I live on the other side of the world, and communicating with an audience overseas is challenging with physical objects. And then the pandemic hit, and then even locally, there was so much isolation. So this really allowed me to take physical works and put them in a three-dimensional space.
And so had you ever shown in a virtual space before?
I have done Kunstmatrix virtual space. It was definitely not as involved as New Art City. I actually was one of the volunteers at the Format Festival when they were using New Art City, and that's how I became familiar with this. I was just blown away with all of the possibility.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you have a photography background and you came in 2020, that's probably where you came from. And so you made this a while ago. When was the last time you returned to it?
Actually, maybe it was from your email. I think I went just about a week or so ago. There's a Fuchska cart in there that was too large for the data to carry. And I thought, I'm just going to switch that on. But I would say every few months, maybe I would log in and shuffle some things around, revisit work.
And how does it feel to return to it?
Oh, wow. It's so bizarre. It's almost, like I said, this is sort of like the inside of my mind unfolding in a way. So it's almost like I was walking through a dream, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. And so I'm also curious, like, how do you approach archiving in general in your work? In some sense, this is kind of like an archive of a lot of things, but like, yeah, how do you approach it?
I think that's a great question because I'm a photographer that works in antiquated processes, but I photograph digitally. So a lot of my work just ends up in folders on a hard drive that maybe I plug in once a year, and I have to pull from different categories and folders. So there's not really a good way to see a lot of work besides on my website. Um, so this did become an archive of sorts since I was able to pull artwork from different periods and different projects all into one place.
That's nice. And so I'm also curious, kind of more personally, like, what's your approach to revisiting work? Do you like look at things you've made in the past often? Do you like reappropriate things that you've made into new work?
Sometimes I do, absolutely. A lot of my work is responsive to whatever's going on in my life. And I realize there's like this 2-year window of time to where it takes me about 2 years to process, some event, something, some transition. And then when I revisit work, then I look at it with a different perspective after I've had some personal growth or, changing of perspectives. So yeah, I definitely go back and sometimes I will change an artwork or sometimes the whole context that that work was supposed to have in the beginning, I completely change once my mind and my life has changed.
Yeah, I really identify with that. Yeah, this is a really evocative question, I think, and like everybody has a really personal answer to it. So that concludes the interview portion. And so what I'll do next is share my screen. I think I have a link to your space actually right here. I just need to load it up.
If you need me to turn off any of the um, assets in there, if it's too much of a data sucker, let me know. I definitely am over the recommended um, streaming limit. I
My
think I'm at.
my bandwidth is pretty good, so that and like that only really affects load time. But what I did notice is that you used this grass that I made that ends up actually tanking performance. So it's my fault. So if you'll allow me to just go ahead and disable those right quick. I actually have a better grass model now that I can give to you to update it if you want.
Oh, thank you.
But I'll just disable them for now if that's okay.
Okay, absolutely.
True to form, it is called Shitty Meadow.
Oh, but I was so grateful for those resources because this was something completely new to me. I usually work very analog, and this was a learning experience, and that really made it so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, it was new to me when I started New Art City as well, and so I was kind of like trying to share resources like in my own journey.
This is an immersive experience designed to maneuver through creation and influence. Here, artworks are infused with an essence of what has inspired their creation, via sound recordings, photographs, spatial balance, and 3D elements. Make yourself comfortable, meander through the space for as long as you like. There's a chat box where should I skip all of that? Maybe
hmm
that's not necessarily, that's just telling people how to use it. Um, I could read this little excerpt. Self-reliance, the conviction that for better, for worse, the universe is an impression, the sculpture and memory where one ray should fall, the utmost syllable of ourselves, of that divine idea which each of us represents.
Thank you. Um, so where are we?
We are, let me go back here. Hold on just a second.
Sure.
I need to look up it. think there was a quotation. So Sharada Devi. I can't remember what that quote was. This view. Full screen. Or are you able to hover and see if I had a little quotation there over that image?
Sarada
Learn to
Devi.
make the whole world your own. Okay, there. I couldn't remember what her quote was. Okay, that's all. Thanks. Learn to make the whole world your
So
own.
yeah, tell me more about this. It looks like what I'm seeing is a figure of a woman with a shawl over her head with a red border, and it's painted onto a plaster wall, and some of the plaster on the right is fading. So a little bit in the middle of her face and off to the right side, and you can see different paint and mural underneath.
Yeah, this is actually a wall mural from Kolkata of Ma Shara Devi. There was a quote. Oh, now I've already forgotten what that quote was that we just read about making the whole world your own. But basically, this was a wall mural in Kolkata. Learn to make the whole world your own. And I thought that was a really great introduction into entering this space. She was the wife, or not the wife, actually, a consort of from Krishna, who was somebody really renowned here in this part of the world where I live in. And I created a space, the plaster on the sides, this blue with the black border trim. These are paint colors that are very common where I live. So the details, textures, colors, they're all ways to sort of pull out memory and some feeling of the space that I'm immersed in right now.
Right, and we're in this open structure with the same sort of red clay floor and ceiling with some skylights in it, and I can see some chairs and like a woven little awning up above. And behind us is like a rolling sea with some stepping stones on it.
Yeah, actually the box that you just went behind that was a live streaming box. So I would have scheduled live screenings, maybe riding my bicycle through the village or listening to a bow performance. So I would announce the time and people could log in and watch whatever I was doing at that time on the live screen. I'll say upstairs where you notice those trees and the grass mat, not trees, the chairs. These chairs actually look almost identical to the chairs that were in my studio at the time. And that grass mat actually is one of my floor mats at home. This is sort of my pandemic level of the world. So this is a short film that I created during the pandemic. It's called Inside April. And that was created within the first full month of lockdown in India. And so to the left and to the right are just some other images that were created related to health, life, death. And behind is an animated GIF of a sculpture that I created during the pandemic. There are little details, this little monkey. Oh yeah, that's the sculpture. So this was a self-portrait of myself because I spent during lockdown so many days sitting in that position, just staring out the window without there being a whole lot to do. So everything on this level is sort of related to lockdown. At that time, I was in Kolkata, India.
And what is the material for this sculpture? I mean, this is like a black and white flickering GIF of the like a cross-legged figure like rotating around, and it's pretty like low resolution, like it was carved out of stone or maybe made out of clay.
It's made out of clay from a neighborhood, a community called Kaligat. It's not a refined clay. It's not filtered very well. So you can see the color, it's really rough. It's not a precious material by any means.
Thank you. That's really cool that you gathered the clay yourself.
Well, technically the man from Kaligat, he collected it for me.
But I mean, it's really cool that it comes from your geographic region at least.
Yeah.
And I really like the photography in each of these. Like this looks like a little watercolor, but I think the original scale must have only been like what, like 3 by 5 inches?
Maybe, yeah, about that, possibly a little bit larger. This is a zeotite print, which is a handmade print. And then I did some watercolor pigment on top of that, and then embroidery.
Oh,
This is,
yeah, I was wondering what that shape in the center is. It looks like a cross on top of a kind of plinth or obelisk in the foreground, and it looks kind of woven. And then there is sort of a grassland scene with some like white mountains in the background and a dark sky.
yeah, this is actually a gravestone that I had photographed a few years prior in New Mexico at a cemetery. And it was during lockdown that look, you were asking earlier that I revisited the work, recontextualized that, and the embroidery. Without going too deep, I have some other projects. The embroidery looks sort of like this type of mud dauber wasp nest with these little
Mhm.
holes in it. So that is what's going on there.
And this one looks like an X-ray of a female chest with these sort of spheres that are dark, that are like whiter on either side of the ribs, with these things like poking in. They look like pins almost.
Yeah, this actually is a digital composite of definitely an X-ray of the chest region, and then of all things, the other photograph is a fashion show in Kolkata with these crazy sci-fi outfits and futuristic lighting and smoke. And I overlaid that with the X-ray. Again, during the time of the pandemic, I was sort of recontextualizing and thinking about lungs and breath um, and then space and all sorts of things, not necessarily a precise meaning, but a lot of influences put into one piece.
Yeah, I mean, I like that I mean, it's to have sort of a digital composite on one side and a very like analog process on the other side. And yeah, I wanted to touch a little on the aesthetic of the film, even if we're not going to describe the whole thing, but it's a really beautifully photographed black and white, very, very rich. And there are all of these kind of static scenes of light coming through windows or like raindrops on the ground. We're sort of looking at the front door of something, and it's the images are, or the shots are shifting every like 3 or 4 seconds, I think.
That's really interesting. I had a film screening just last week at my studio of this because it marked the 3-year anniversary of lockdown. And somebody had mentioned about the editing, and I was talking, yeah, 3 to 5 seconds. I came from a news editing background. And so it was drilled in my head every, 3 to 5 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds. So I think I unintentionally approached this with a bit of that like television news editing process in my head.
That's so interesting to hear. I never would have clocked that, but that it's yeah, that really. Oh, there's a cat. We're on top of like a tin roof,
Actually,
and there's a
a
cat.
monkey.
Oh my
If you can
God,
find
you're
his
so
face.
right. Oh, look.
Yeah. Yeah, where I live now, so in 2020, actually at the time that I created this, I was still living in Kolkata, but then by that summer, I moved to Shantiniketan, this more rural district. Is this right? Or did I create this in 2021? Maybe I created this world in 2021, now that
Mm,
I think about it. Because I have gray langurs, they call them Hanuman here, a lot of those in my yard and at my studio. So I sprinkled a few of these, but these were a later addition. So maybe when I launched the world, I wasn't yet living there possibly. And then maybe I came back to add those in.
aw, and he has this
No,
little red face and big eyes.
yeah, and obviously there was a limitation to the types of resources that I could get access to. The types of langurs that we have here look a little different, but that kind of gave that vibe, that essence of, some days there's just a monkey on the roof, and
It is interesting with CG assets where like if you want things from the natural world, like you want a specific tree, that's quite hard, but there are 10 billion different guns. So we're looking down off of this roof and we can see the ocean on one side and we can see kind of a dirt landscape with some grass and a little, it's not a, that's like a banana leaf tree.
it is,
And then
yeah.
there is a little cube with that looks kind of like a house or maybe a studio with these like nice wood doors, and it's kind of like a mud texture.
Yeah, actually, as we're going through this world, so much is coming back. I probably should have spent more time here before we met, or maybe this is good that I'm
It's nice. I
surprised
like to
again.
witness. Yeah.
That little building is actually the facade of a rooftop, the rooftop entrance to my home in the city in Kolkata. And then the little wall along the side is actually the wall of where I currently live out in the rural district of Shantiniketan, that town. So these are elements from where I live. This is the boundary wall at my present house, and that is the rooftop entrance to my previous house. So that's the colors, the textures. I wanted all of these things in that world because these are what subconsciously influence whatever I make. So I thought it would be nice to pull some of these things together next to the artworks.
That's so nice. Yeah, I love that. Ooh, and I see a shape that I made.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I love that.
So we're inside of
Yeah.
this gallery now, with a white corrugated ceiling. Now it's like I was like, oh, this tin roof. I had no idea what the tin roof was for, but it was for this gallery. So we have a long rectangular wall on the left side, and then there are these arches going up and then back down at an angle into a flat, slightly angled wall. And there are a bunch of different photographs and a video in here. Where should we start?
Right where you are is great. And that definitely, like what you created, that inspired this whole idea of putting an exhibition space into the world. To the left are some round circles. These are these are some works that I think I was adding a little after the original opening of the space. There's a process called soil chromatography, and that's basically they're basically the mineral fingerprints of dirt, of soil. I can add some silver nitrate, put it in the sunlight, and the minerals create different colors after they're
That is
exposed
so
to the sun.
cool.
Yeah, so it is a photographic process, but there's no camera that works here. It's just dirt and light sensitive chemical. But I made this where I live. It's really becoming highly developed for tourism, and the area is known for these kind of romanticized red dirt roads. They're called lalmati, red earth. And the roads are getting paved over because all of the tourists are bringing their cars in and they need more space and resorts and all of this development. So I collected a jar of soil from the road behind my house as it was getting paved over. And so I created this. This is now all that's left of the original road, just these mineral fingerprints, sort of like a tree ring looking image. But besides that, those original roads now don't exist anymore.
Wow, that's such a fascinating process to sort of capture this sort of lost era of this land using a photographic process, but not documenting the scene visually, I think that's really special. So these look
Yeah.
very much like irises. They're these white circles set on what looks like kind of a linen, like a tan linen background, and they emanate from a central point in these like different rings of color. So this first one is kind of like this gold followed by this like grayish lavender type color, grayish purple, and then a darker brown ring around the outside.
Yeah, and if I were a scientist, I could probably tell you what each of those colors were. This is what a farmer or an agriculturalist would use to test the fertility of soil, or just to see how the land is. These actually, it's not very fertile looking to me. Usually there are a lot of zigzag patterns and different things coming up. These are actually pretty smooth, but I can't tell you what. I think the orange might be the iron content possibly, but that's just me guessing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean the gradients on these are really smooth. There are three of these in a row, by the way, and I'm in the middle one now. And this one is more the shape of an eye and kind of like an almond shape. And there's kind of a swath about 120 degrees over the top with this like grayish background and a darker brown line through it. And the bottom is a smooth gradient between sort of a tan and a darker brown into the gray of like the iris area.
Yeah, and this one looks so different from the others because actually the bottom of that filter paper dipped into the liquid rather than drawing it up through the center so it could have like this capillary action dispersing out. So that's why that one has that look that's a bit different than the other two.
Oh, that's so interesting. And then this last one is more of a perfect circle with two notches taken out of it towards the top, one about twice as wide as the other, like a finger wide. And then on the bottom, there's sort of like a tongue of browner, grayer pigment that's cutting through like a white gradient. And then there's sort of a brown border all around it.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure what happened there, if maybe my silver nitrate hadn't spread out evenly, but yeah, but there are definitely a lot of happy accidents with these. They're all created from the exact same material. It's just how does nature react?
So it's three different perspectives. That's really interesting. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and this, you were just saying about photographing the landscape, the image on the right. I do have landscape photos. So this is really a digital overlay from one of these chromatographs. So I took a landscape image and digitally composited that on top of the graph.
Is that train coming from your side or my side?
It's coming from the film above us.
That's what I like. I really couldn't because I heard it earlier and I was like, "Oh, that must be from the film," but I really couldn't tell.
What? Actually, there is not a train in that film. Oh, I think you might. Yes, we are walking really close to a video. We could head over there. Yes.
Oh, I do want to. The spherical photo is really cool. Or it looks like a regular image that's projected on a sphere, and it looks like it's inside of a soap bubble, and it's kind of like a low res JPEG, and it's in a circle inset on this gray linen pattern, kind of like we saw in the other images. But let's go over to that video.
So this is really a stop animation short film of a handmade book that I made. The handmade book itself is quite long and narrow. We're only seeing a really small at the very bottom of it. And this is kind of what I was talking about. I make very tangible, one-of-a-kind items. So unless you were with me at my studio seeing and holding it, it's so hard to share. So this format let me give at least some of that experience, and it kind of created a whole new experience. It became an artwork of its own. So this is actually some stream of consciousness. A man had died on the train tracks just a few feet from me, so that's why there's the train audio in the background, and it's sort of me processing that whole event. And
yeah, I mean, that sounds really traumatic.
Yeah, it really was. There's a moment in there, there's just like ink smeared everywhere. So this format really allowed me to share at least part of that book. You can't read it, sit down and spend time with it like you could with a physical object, but again, this creates a whole new piece in a different context.
I think that's because it's like the documentation in some way becomes the work, and that's kind of an operative principle maybe of what we're trying to do here. And so what we're seeing is it's another black and white stop motion film of what seems to be like a hand-bound book on pretty grainy paper, and typewritten on each page are these very short phrases, sometimes only just a couple words, between two parallel lines. There's like a metal texture underlying the whole scene, and then there's some kind of movement that looks like a paint swatch that's being animated to down. So it's like the viewer is like moving forward. I see the ink smear now. And it's really just like one second or so per page, so it's hard to really grab on to any of the text. Otherwise, I would read a little for you.
Exactly. And that's sort of what I was getting at, that you can't really spend time with it like you would be able to with the actual book. It's just to give an impression of what it was. So there were a few lines in this that were more important. So they have two frames, so they last a little longer. So you can grab those words. And then the others like kind of pass through more quickly. But that actually is on newspaper, blank
Oh,
newspaper. There is Kolkata used to be at least one of the major publishing capitals of India. So there's a district called Boitak Khana that I love to visit. You can get all sorts of paper and binding and printing materials. And so they have blank newspaper paper. And something that I thought was, I don't know, heartbreaking or traumatizing. I'm not quite sure what the right word is, but so this man had died, you know, just right there. And then I started researching like train track deaths in India, and just depending on who the source was, the information that was given was so like something said maybe something like 32 people in a year. Somebody else said like 30,000 in a year. Somebody said, you know, the numbers were just all over the place, and they were being reported in the newspaper. So somebody like me and this man, his death didn't even show up in the news. I was Googling and searching, and the death was just, I don't know, it just, there was no mention even in the news that this life had ended from a tragic accident. Um, and that really like gutted me, and I was angry, and there were all sorts of things going on.
yeah, I mean that really makes sense with the newspaper then, that it's like you're kind of creating your own bulletin. What do we have here?
This is an image. It's oh gosh, I don't know how much to tell you here and share. A lot of my work has to do with femininity and fertility. Um, I've suffered with infertility for most of my life, and um, the red, you'll see some red leaking down here that sort of symbolizes like a menstrual flow. Um, and also a little bit of mysticism. These are broken pieces from a Hindu idol. Uh, I had gone, this district Kalighat, where that clay came from, it has a Kali temple there. And I had gone, and there's this tree where you can do a prayer for fertility, and you hang a red stone by a red thread on this tree. Um, and there's just all sorts of symbols and textures. I could go into this way deep, but I think I might might lose you possibly. It's pretty
Oh no,
long.
I
But
love like this is like kind of why we're here. I really want to
okay.
hear you like weave together all of the things that we're seeing.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to go way back a few more years to Asheville, North Carolina. And this Native American elder was at a campground I was staying at. And he was either, no, I think he was probably both, maybe a little mentally unstable, definitely like super high. And so it was just like, he was giving sort of this prophecy to me here in the middle of the woods in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and he said the crows will show you the stones. And so this sort of became this puzzle that I was trying to unravel for years. Like, what are the stones? What are the crows? And I was following crows. So when I went to Kalighat, I hung a stone, and Kolkata was known, you know, a lot of people call it the city of crows. So then I'm like, I'm in the city of crows, and I'm hanging a stone, and it has to do with fertility. So the crows will show you the stones that you know, this prophecy I was given, you know, maybe this has to do with my fertility. And what's really interesting about that, so my hormones have been all over the place for so much of my life. And I started, I'm sorry if this is too
No,
much
I'm here for
information,
it.
but I started menstruating again when I went to India. And so just all of these really bizarre things and symbols, and, you know, like a prophecy, and that's sort of all what's embedded into this, all of that was happening and going on, and some mysticism. And But then there's also science, so you'll see that maybe in some other works more about circadian rhythm. But yeah, that's a bit of what this touches upon.
Thank you for sharing. I do want to talk a little more about the red stone. They're two shards of two different circular idols, and they have these really beautiful borders, like a picture frame that are like embellished in these kind of leaf patterns. And in the center, there's like a painted red disc ringed by these black beads.
Yeah,
They're each broken in half, and the two halves are facing each other.
yeah, this actually, there are other works, like me recontextualizing. I'm trying to see how much to explain. There are different pujas throughout the year in Hinduism that celebrate different gods and goddesses. And so there are idols that are created for that holiday, for that celebration. And so a lot of them have this disc as sort of like a halo. It's sort of the background behind the face of the idol. So circles are symbolic. So and now these idols are not as much immersed. You immerse the idol into Ganga water at the end of puja to release that spirit back into the spiritual realm. But of course, that's like really horrible for the environment as well, to have all of these chemicals and everything going into the rivers. And there are different ways around that now. People are becoming more aware of that. But a lot of them now, instead of going through immersion, are just, at least in Kolkata, we're getting lined up just at the edge of the street for trash collection. So there was just a whole street of idols after I think that was Saraswati Puja. And so I collected some of the broken pieces from those to kind of create that circle from two different idols.
It's really amazing how you incorporate all this material from your environment into your work. What's going on with this one? This one kind of looks like a digital composite. I can't tell if this white background is like plaster or like different layers of paper that have been kind of embossed. There's these two lines at the bottom, and in the center, there is some kind of cross-legged deity with like a hollow nose and this like big kind of lion's mane crown and in this robe, and it's in these kind of psychedelic grayscale, kind of looks like a negative image, but it looks like it's kind of been painted onto the background.
Yeah, this is also, this is more of the likeness of Saraswati from that same puja where I collected those circles from the previous thing we saw. And I was creating some handmade photographs, these chemically processed images. So this was actually the digital negative that I used to create those prints. That's why the black and the whites are inversed. And then you lose a lot of the detail because of that. Your eyes, you have a harder time grasping onto this. So that digital negative, I then paired with paper collage. So these are torn pages. There's sort of a third eye thing going on up above with like a bit of a bindi spot with the paper. And then the bottom, again, those are more paper. And then there's this red string. So I mentioned this story like about fertility, and the crows will show you the stones, and there's red strings. I also went through this phase where just a lot of like identity issues I was going through and trying to figure out how to identify myself. You know, I think like one of the, you know, like culturally as a woman, that you take your father's name, you get married to a man, you take that name, you know, and this whole thing, your identity is tied to your relationship with a man. And I really was struggling that, like, I still have the name of my first husband, even though I'm not tied to that individual anymore in that way. So I created the symbol to be my own signature, kind of void of any of that connection. And so there's a lot of symbolism in there too, like in a mountain, and you know, there, and that red string, the color and the material being symbolic to other parts of my journey.
And it's this this narrow arched shape in red string on the bottom right corner, and Yeah, I love the third eye expression. Like sort of there's a square of paper that's basically the exact same shape as the image that's imposed on the paper right above it. That's like it's like a layer on top, and then there's a torn piece of paper that's running down the entire center, and then there's a tiny little dot in the center of that torn piece that I mean, it doesn't look very spherical. It almost looks like a figure of some kind, like stamped onto there.
Yeah, it's really just, yeah, glued paper. And again, like really symbolizing the third eye energy space, or like a bindi. Um, and I'm really glad this is in this world because this paper has actually gotten damaged since then. So this exists here now in a much better condition than it exists in reality.
It's been preserved in some sense.
Yes.
So we have another stop motion paper film. Now it's an entire like bound book with pages full of text that have been painted over in white. Same kind of casing. I see it's called Self-Reliance Erasure from 2020. What can you tell me about this?
Yeah, this is from an essay by Ralph Waldo Emerson called Self-Reliance. So it's an erasure poem that I created. This book had 3 essays. So those fully blanked out pages at the end were the other 2 essays that I didn't work with. I only worked within this self-reliance essay. So I basically created a poem out of his essay. And with an erasure, it's sort of like a photograph, like, you know, you have the whole world, but you're only selecting like this little rectangle to look at. So I'm looking at his whole essay and just pulling out certain words to create new meaning. And self-reliance, again, this was created like in this pandemic mindset where a lot of it had to do with isolation and being alone and an artist and just kind of getting by on your own.
Oh, and we have another print of the broken discs up here. This is very kind of like sepia toned, and there's a lot of texture to the paper, and it's on that same linen backdrop.
Yeah, so when I had talked about this immersion that usually happens, an idol would typically at the end of this puja, this holiday period, it would go into sacred water, like a Ganga River distributary in Kolkata at least. And then maybe a week later or whatnot, the idol would be dredged back from the river. And then it's all covered with mud and some of the paints have come off into the water. So this is from a series where I was really trying to think about like how, because it kind of broke my heart too, to see all of the idols that were lined up just on a curb, like on a sidewalk, because I, you know, culturally, I think they're losing something, you know, when they're not able to follow through with their spiritual rights. But then I knew, you know, pollution is an issue too. So kind of how do you balance that? Like the resources like water, and then, you know, traditions that are hundreds, if not thousands of years old. So what I did is I created digital photographs, and then I took those to the river and I immersed them under the water. And so there were some boatmen who worked, and we weighed these prints down with rocks, and I waited about a week and came back and pulled them out of the river. And so you're actually seeing the real mud, and it got torn. You can see like the water flow towards some of the paper. So this was sort of my way to think about how to balance these 2 different things, the environment and cultural space.
Yeah, I mean, I love these like photographs of photographic processes. We have another image in between these 2 videos that are facing each other. There's like a red painted, like paper embossed square on this wide square-ish stroke of blue paint that dissipates in the top in kind of a flame pattern. There's an arc of white dots around the like probably 180 degrees around the red square, and it's on this gray, almost looks like metal sheeting background.
It actually is. Yeah, it's metal sheeting, and that's a red stone that's been adhered to that. And this sort of semi-halo there. So this just has a lot to do with, again, like that fertility, symbolism, spirituality. So it's a three-dimensional object with that red stone that's been placed within this space.
And it's been converted into 2 dimensions. It's like,
Yes.
it's cool to be able to recognize some of the materials, but not recognize all of them when they've been like compressed into an image. So I'm seeing a big black sphere dotted with a bunch of white dots all around it in a somewhat grid-like but irregular pattern. Oh, I recognize this little grass disc with like a marble trim, 4 benches facing a little tree in the center. And we have another erasure poem where
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, the screen, oh, my internet connection's unstable. Oh, okay, sorry, my screen locked up for about 2 minutes there.
Oh no.
But I'm here now, and now I see you've gone into a different room.
Yeah, we're inside of this sphere, and there's like another erasure poem on a black background, and then the erased text is kind of grayed out, but you can still read it. And then in the white text, you can see, "I see one star in the sky."
Yeah, so this is from actually another book project, trying to think like how could I bring words into a visual space. A book project called Stray Birds. Rabindranath Tagore is the first Nobel laureate from within India, the first non-European actually to win the Nobel. And so I used a collection of poetry called Stray Birds and created erasures from that. And this is just one in particular. When I first moved to Kolkata, literally, I could only see one star in the night sky because there was so much light pollution. And so this is just kind of a world, and the sphere with all of these colored dots, this is actually a close-up detail of the lion from Durga Puja that's lit up in the street. It's sort of like a three-dimensional sculpture with all of these little LED lights all over it. So I created a night sky out of that light.
Oh, that's so interesting. I mean, I love the way that people kind of approach like installation techniques in New Art City. Oh, and it's a box and it's surrounding the tree in the center. It looks really nice inside with the tree running up through it, and the box is probably about twice as tall as like the human avatar would be.
Mm. Yeah, it sort of became like a little park where you could sort of, I don't know, I didn't know like if somebody would sit down and sit on a park bench, you know, just it just seemed like a mellow little space.
I remember making a bench for somebody once, and they were like, "Well, can you sit on it?" And I'm like, "Well, you can hover above it. Like your physical body is sitting, is it not? Unless you have a standing desk." So we have a few more cute. We're now outside, and there's this dirt texture, and we can see some cube and sphere images, and then I see a cart off in the distance, and in the fog, I see this banyan tree. I want to see the cart.
Yeah, the sky is eating up a lot of the data. I think it was like 52 megs or something. I couldn't
It
figure out
looks
how
incredible.
to.
I'm so into it.
So this is a street food called fuchka. It's one of my favorite street foods. And our neighbor Vijay, he has a fuchka cart at the top of the hill where I live now. So like I'm always going there and eating these. So they're fried puffs of pastry, basically like crunchy little balls that are hollow in the middle. So you kind of punch an opening in the top, and then you put in this mixture of mashed potatoes and chickpeas and spices and onion. And that's just one of my favorite snacks. So I thought that would be a nice little detail to add.
Yeah, and it's this blue tricycle bike with like a cube that has glass walls all around it, and it's filled with these little pastries, and then there's like a clay pot with a red cloth over the top of it, and then there's another pot next to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that one pot probably would have tamarind water inside if this were
Mm,
actually real and you were able to eat it. I'm kind of hungry right now thinking about it.
yum, that
Um,
sounds really good.
and then, yeah, there are a lot of banyan trees around, and they just feel very ancient and special. And then at a lot of these trees are considered sacred. And so you'll often find like a little temple in the tree, like or attached to the tree, or photos hanging or painted on the bark. So I just took a photograph and sort of embedded it in a way that felt very familiar to the space.
Yeah, it's
Um,
beautiful how you embedded this shrine into the base of the tree, and there's this kind of little white tiled area with a bunch of little incense burners and candle holders, and then there's some flowers draped on some kind of wooden sculpture. There are a few sculptures of deities, and there I see what is this little like tin. Oh, it's like a tin of little salted biscuits, and there's like a plastic bottle, and then there's a big painting of another deity in the back, and it's like ringed by these translucent pink and purple like pink and blue like taffeta streamers.
yeah. So often you would feed the god or goddess. So yeah, there'll be maybe some like sugary beverage or some sweets, some mishti. So that's some of these containers are probably going into do the daily kind of presentation of food. And I also have to really add here that I do not come from a background of Hinduism. My husband is Hindu. And so my family, my in-laws, I'm around that, but there are a lot of things I may be using the wrong terminology. I just want to make that clear that I'm definitely not trying to appropriate or say that, I've got like this deep lifelong history. This is just sort of what I've become familiar with in this phase of my life. And that's been really inspiring to me, even at a subconscious level, I'm sure. But yeah, but I'm pretty sure that tin of food is probably the sweets to um, feed the deity.
Thank you. Ooh, there's a train. I love trains. There's a big locomotive car with it's like dark blue with a light blue stripe, and the like livery that says BM018. Ooh, and
Yeah,
it's
you can actually
oh.
hop inside of the very first car. Oh yeah, oh maybe I put one in a few cars. Yeah, so this is just became another little exhibition space. These are just landscape views from the district that I live in. And these are sounds that I collected from some of my train journeys. So I thought, the best thing about the train is that you get to see the landscape out of these huge windows. So um, I thought this would be kind of a good place to exhibit landscape photographs.
Yeah, these are wonderful black landscapes. They're all kind of foggy, pretty high contrast. We have all these like stands of trees and kind of like a swampy scene. Some animals off in the distance. Are those goats?
They are, yes.
We have a path running through an arched tree. We have a house with a beautiful, enormous tree in front of it, and this like nice metal gate. Um, what is this here? It's a little alcove with a bunch of clay figures in it. And yeah, what is this what is this?
These are actually kind of gifts, offerings to God. Um, so maybe you had something that you wanted or needed in your life, maybe some surgery you want to go well, or somebody is ill. And so let's say you have your surgery and everything was great and fantastic. Now you return, and as a gift of gratitude, you bring one of these little horse sculptures as a gift of thanks to God. So they're sort of like I guess blessings that have come into fruition is sort of what they represent.
And I
Or
love
granted
that on either
wishes.
side there are these kind of arches. or like arched walls that follow the shape of like an elephant trunk, and there's an elephant painted on either side of them with the tusks sticking out and some embellishments.
Yeah, this is actually one of the more fancier ones that I had seen. That's why I photographed this particular one. Sometimes it might just be at the base of a tree. There's a pile of these little clay horses. But yeah, this was a little more formal space. It looked really interesting.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. Ooh, and then there's a picture of the inside of a train car with this like these like wooden curved bent wood seats and like a wood interior and a huge fan on the top, and it has this really nice like amber glow to it.
Yeah, that is a tram from Kolkata, which has, I think, the oldest running tram in Asia, I want to say, but maybe I should Google that fact. But there definitely is a lot of history to this tram line, um, and there are a few still operating through the city.
We have another piece in here. Mostly white, very kind of emissive with these, but they almost look like teeth in these two rows underneath like a gray smear.
Yeah, I really like to walk inside of this one. This is kind of a sculptural piece. These are
Ah,
two shelves that were in a gallery at an exhibition.
and they look like
Um,
they're ceramics. I can see now. It's these lines of cups. A few of them are grouped like on the top. It's like a complete line, and then they're more sparse on the bottom row.
Exactly. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is one shelf. I photographed it twice, once at the beginning of the exhibition and the other towards the end of the exhibition. So we drink our tea out of clay cups that are handmade. And instead of having paper waste or styrofoam, the clay, you just throw it away and it turns back into earth all over again. So it's a really sustainable way of drinking. But when I first moved here, I just found these cups to be so precious. I couldn't part with them. I couldn't throw them away. Um, and so then I created I contextualized this and gave people who entered this exhibition the opportunity to make a choice, like if they wanted to keep one of these cups, or if they wanted to smash it on the ground of the gallery floor. So that at the bottom is after people have come in and taken or broken a cup. But then what was disappointing is that some people weren't making the choice, because I also choice is repeated through a lot of my work. They kind of cheated. I saw a lot of people they put one cup in their bag to take home and then they took another one. So they were like kind of like stealing two experiences at once. But I really had wanted people to like make a choice. And some of these cups I had imprinted memories into. So they were from special places or moments. Maybe I'd like kind of press my lipstick into the edge of one, or, there were certain things like I tried to embed some memory into these as well. But
That's such an interesting interaction. I love that you incorporated a choice into it. Oh, end of the train.
oh, sorry. It's a little disoriented.
I'm I'm familiar with the disorientation. Ooh, these like semi-transparent palm trees are really cool.
Yeah, I can't remember if I got those on Adobe stock, but yeah, the transparency was, I was trying to hide that, and then I thought, oh, that's kind of cool.
We have another like clay sculpture rotating on an easel on this rough paper that has some print on it in like big letters and numbers, and some of it's sort of gone away. Um, it's the same kind of stop motion technique as some previous ones we've seen, and there's some like newspaper stuffed into some of the holes in this shape. It almost looks like a beet with a bunch of holes punched into it.
Mm.
Same kind of dirty color. And there's like some twine like wrapped in and around through it.
Yeah, this actually, I really wanted to do a 3D scan. This and the other sculpture, there are a few things like, how do I get this three-dimensional object? But my computer was locking up every time I tried to render something in 3D from a physical object, all the photographs I had. So I thought this would be like a low-tech way of trying to capture some of that. But yeah, this is a sculpture with some metal and a page from a book. And then a wasp nest. Actually,
Ah,
that white, do you see that white
mm-hmm.
hole? Yeah,
Yeah,
so this, I did a series of work where I made sculptures of resembling wasp nests, but not quite. That's what this was. This was supposed to be a sort of wasp nest thing. But then a real wasp actually built that little white hole and nest inside of my sculpture. I couldn't believe it.
that is
So I kept it
incredible,
there.
so magical.
Yeah. I guess I worked. I guess I created what they wanted for a home.
Aw. Biomimicry at its finest. So we're going back past the banyan and the cart. Ooh, I see a floating sphere. And now we are inside of the sphere. And so there's a ring of different photographs around the center that are all square. And then on the bottom, there's like it's grayed out. On the top, there are these gears that are kind of distorting in the center, and they're in this like orangey purple hue. Also looks like the colors have been reversed. And all of these images are in color, but pretty sort of gray purple texture of all of these different angles of these different statues. There's a four-armed figure sitting on like a tiger. There are a bunch of like inverted heads, like they look like babies' heads with like a lens flare at the top and some other close-ups. I can see those heads again in this image. And then these other ones are a little bit more blown out.
Yeah, this is from a district called Kumartuli. So this is the idol making district in Kolkata. And what was so great about New Art City and this three-dimensional space, this is from a roll of film. So, and the film was an experimental film, and I think it got exposed. Those are real light leaks where my film got exposed to light. And my camera wasn't working, the advancing. So some of the frames are not lined up correctly, and you'll see this weird wave. So being able to show this in a sphere was almost like unrolling a sheet of film, because that's all rolled up. So for me to show these in any other way, I would have to break them up into individual squares, but this was almost like we are kind of inside of the roll of film, if that makes sense.
I love the way they're misaligned. Like this like shirtless mustachioed figure with a beaded necklace is kind of slightly offset, and then there's this kind of like white sine wave that does like 2 cycles through it, and then there's this like really dark portion next to this street scene, and then on the right a similar phenomenon happens where you're like looking sidelong at this other shirtless figure with their hands facing each other, and raised, and then on the right side it's a lot more faded.
Yeah, definitely. It's showing like all the flaws of the film, but in like a really magical way that looks far cooler than what I thought it would, come out like.
Yeah, this is a perfect format for it. So we have a lot more of these cube images. So there seem to be more of these immersion prints where we have like a hand, we have another like statue body that's kind of cracking, and a human face that it really looks like it's been painted on. Two faces in negative, like facing each other. A shadowy woman with hands pressed against her back, or I guess it's like kind of arms linked behind back with one palm kind of outstretched against this plaster background. Tell me about this series of images.
Yeah, actually, these are all from different series, but it sort of shows like the continuity of my style and interests. So the last one you showed with her hands behind her back, that's from a series called An Ocean Within Us. I was photographing for Kolkata Shanved and Free Body Project, where these are dance movement practitioners who do dance movement therapy within communities of domestic violence against women, sex trafficking survivors. And so these are the practitioners with the organization who are going through some of their movement exercises and sort of performing for the series of images. And some of the others, there was another in here from the series that was at the other end of the walkway. That was from the same group of women. This is a cracked fertility one. This is from the immersion one. So these, this is also from the immersion series, but I did a kantha stitch, which is a type of embroidery that doesn't actually repair a piece. So again, these are all from different projects, but there's a lot of crossover in sort of how I see. This is another one of the dance movement practitioners.
Right. Yeah, a woman with her back arched and hair hanging down, and arms outstretched above. And we have another monkey down here, and then there's another photograph of like a garden courtyard, with some other buildings in the background and a bunch of big trees. Are those roses?
Those are not roses. It's a white flower on some type of a tree. I'm not sure the name. This was actually a view off my bedroom balcony. So that's just an influence. I'm obsessed with riding a bicycle here, and it got stolen though, but my bicycle looked almost identical to this one. And I would ride out to the Spanian tree. So I kind of created these things. At one point, you know what? If you go through the ground underneath, there might be, oh no, maybe I didn't, I may have turned it off. At one point, there was a photograph of my real bicycle at the real tree. But I think I switched that layer off at some point.
We got a monkey in the tree. There's a monkey sitting under the tree. And then we have this picture of like a carved out stone staircase up to another spherical image. This is the red rock hanging from this braided red string sitting on looks like another white cloth, which is on another white background.
Yeah, definitely. This one doesn't look as much like the real object as some of the others, but yeah, you can see at least the symbols that were important, that red stone, the red string. This is canvas on top of paper with some twine stitched in as well, but that's hard to see on this spherical form. But the red stone.
Yeah, a couple of the twine pieces down here with a little knot at the end. It's nice to sort of hear you talk about things and then kind of see them in action in other places. Ooh, another book. This is a 3D model of a book with is this an image or a video? I think it's
a PDF. So you could actually go in and read a couple of, I think I would turn these on and then I would turn them off because I'm like, I don't know if I should share the text.
I saw another PDF in here, and that whatever you can see in the gallery will probably be available in the catalog.
Yeah, so I kind of tucked them in more hidden corners. So I thought, okay, if anybody's going to read this, they've got to be committed to the world and really be looking around, you know?
Rewarding exploration.
Yes, definitely.
Are there any areas that I haven't seen yet?
I hid some elephants in there.
Here?
There's another building on the other side. The elephants are behind the other way. And then if you turn right, you could go inside that building too. There's some things inside that building, a film, and I hid a Christmas tree in the attic. The little Easter eggs here and there. And then if you turn right and go through that wall of force, the other way. Yes, keep going that way. And walk through that wall.
Ah, they're the elephants. These like really
There's-
like huge stone elephants walking in a line.
Yeah, there was this one village I was staying in. They told me not to go out walking past like the forest line because every morning that week, like a different villager was getting actually trampled to death by an elephant. They were, I guess, not able to find food, so they were coming out. And I don't think they were trying to. I think the elephants were probably getting spooked, it sounded like from what they were saying.
Hmm.
And their defense mechanism is just to charge.
Hmm.
Um, and then there's another building around the corner there. Um, it's pretty quiet. There's nothing, there's not like an artwork to it. It's just sort of recreating a space that feels very familiar to me. Um, if you turn
Around the
right,
corner.
walk in, like go through the wall again. I think yeah, there it is.
Ooh, this old brick kind of ruin building with a bunch of vines growing through it. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's called a Rajbari. It's like the king's house, and there's one near where I live now that's all decaying. And if you walk inside, then I try to make it feel like another sort of a space with, I think maybe walking in a little further. Um,
Oh, I see.
yeah,
Yeah,
to
we
try to
have
make
these
it
like
feel like one of these abandoned spaces.
yeah, there's a ruined staircase that's partially just broken off and all of this decaying plaster and these big white glowing arched windows with this nice kind of inlaid glass at the top. It's kind of almost like an Art Deco pattern. And there's like a barred door that we're facing now with this like faded blue paint.
But as far as I can remember, I think that was, other than that building at the very beginning of our tour, that was my rooftop. Besides that, I think that's just about everything. Yeah, if you go inside of there, um,
Ah, so there's your bed and window, and I see, is that, oh, that's like light coming through some kind of like burlap type material. It almost looked like a cityscape. Ah, you're feeding a pigeon.
yeah, Charlie Chicken.
Oh,
Um, he used to come into my dining room and eat out of my hand.
that's so
And
cute.
yeah, there's a grass hut that I stayed in nearby, and that's what the walls are. And then the
Mhm.
bed was a hotel room that I stayed at. I have a series of work called Places I Slept. And that was when I was living out of my car and crossing the American landscape. And then I just started photographing then places I slept in India, sort of like a separate project, but kind of inspired by that earlier Places I Slept series that I had. And then just a hidden Easter egg, you could go up into the attic and there's like a box Christmas tree. But
Oh, that's funny.
but yeah, that's, somebody was looking for that forever. They never did find it.
What's this audio here?
I
I
can't
turned
remember
off.
what that audio was. Oh, just natural sound. It's at night. I think I recorded
Nice
that off
sound.
my back balcony maybe.
It's a nice sound to end with. Is there
Yeah.
anything else that you want to speak to?
No, that was quite thorough. I think we went to every major space. There may be maybe a couple of hidden things here and there, but I can't even remember what I've turned on or clicked off, moved around. And I guarantee tonight I'm gonna have wild dreams because this really pulls together so much information in such an unusual way. I think it activates something in my brain.
Well, tell me about the dreams. I'm gonna stop
I
recording now.
will. I'll follow up.
Can you imagine putting that in New York City? Now I'd get in trouble. But yes, but so I see New York City is very accessible, and that's the thing that I love about it. It's a website anyone can Unreal Engine. I've been enjoying playing around with YouTube VR, like 360 stuff, and I've also been doing animations on there, and I find the layout and the possibilities to have sequences and, you know, cameras in there, and, you know, integrations with things like Touch Designer and Ableton, you know, talking to each other, and you have this huge, big, convoluted thing that I'm still in the middle of kind of like perfecting my own little thing, my little route, which I haven't quite got down fully yet, but I'm almost there, she says. But yeah, so those are the differences. Like, New York City is like, I have this idea, and it doesn't have to get too heavy with, okay, step one, step two, step, you know, pipeline. You just go and you play, and like, whereas with these other bits, there has to be a lot more planning and thought, and, you know, with like sequencing, you're thinking about, you know, different angles and cuts and whatnot, and putting it all together, and then how you're actually going to be putting it out there. So yeah, to me, that's the difference. And also there is, yeah, I've been thinking about a game as well. So I've been kind of working on a game in the background. So that's another kind of thing that I know that you guys have been working on it. I remember in the last festival, there was some sort of interactivity going on, but I think that was like an intro into it. I don't know how far
It's
in
pretty
you
low
got.
level, but we definitely have a few more like interactive components that are bubbling. Yeah, it's really interesting to hear you speak on that. So I guess like your process with AI and I has been somewhat ongoing. I'm wondering, like, since you released it last year, have you spent a lot of time in the space?
In with AI or
Or
in?
like with AI and I specifically?
Oh, right. Yes. So it's like I don't see any projects as big, especially this one. It's not like done. It's like a continuation. It's ever evolving and growing. And, you know, it's like just when I think, oh, okay, so I'm sort of, I could put that to one side for now and work on something else. Something new in AI will pop up, and it's like, oh, okay, there's a new toy to play with, kind of thing. So most recently, I've been alpha testing the new sort of like DALL-E research preview model. And that has been interesting. I like brainstorming with it, and I've been prototyping with it because I'm a member at Steam House in Birmingham. I've been playing around with metals and 3D printing and that kind of stuff, and then I've been using AI to kind of like prototype ideas and things for knuckle dusters and interesting other pieces. And yeah, other than that, just like watching the whole landscape and seeing people get into AI and be like, seeing how they react to it. Oh, it's the whole thing with like traditional artists finding out about like ChatGPT and DALL-E and Midjourney and the rest of that, and like losing their minds. It's kind of funny to see, you know, from the sidelines. I mean, I get it, but it's been interesting, fascinating to see.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a whole other conversation. I guess we can get more into the like AI politics once we're in the space. I just have a couple more questions. Could you speak on like how it feels to like visually describe the work after you've made it?
Full stop. Right. So I'm like, I'm really good at describing my work. I'm not very good at describing my work. It's, what do you mean, like in terms of my experience with doing the alt text and captions and things? Right. So I found it extraordinarily difficult. I understand, like, and I appreciate the reason why we need to do it, and why we should be doing it. And like all my time in New York City, I've been like really terrible because I rarely write descriptions, let alone, you know, alt text, you know, captions and whatnot. But then I started looking at my pieces, and the thing is, especially with AI and I, the majority of the work in there, they're sort of like outpainted pieces. So it's a gazillion little tiny things that I've put together to, you know, create this big ass narrative. And I'm like, okay, how do I explain what I'm looking at to someone who wouldn't be able to see it. So it's like, okay, do I travel that way? Do I say something that's just very, I mean, I could just say it's an abstract out painting created with artificial intelligence. Its colors are blah, blah, blah. And, that's it. But I end up writing big paragraphs just explaining everything. And I don't know. And I don't know if I did it justice because, like, I don't know, like, what would someone who can't see the work, who's hearing what I wrote, like, what do they see in their head? Like, did I do job right? I don't know. It was just very, it's a lot of pressure. Like,
Yeah,
what the hell?
it's an exchange. There's always something lost and something gained, that there are things that will be present in the alt text that may not be present in the piece. And like your perspective is part of what makes it meaningful. I guess my last question is for like a little bit of a different direction, because like this interview is in some sense a contribution to an archive. And I'm curious, like, how do you approach archives in your own work? How do you archive your work? Do you like return to old files in your computer, or do you prefer to leave them alone?
Right. So I wish I was better at like archiving in terms of naming files appropriately. So when I'm looking for something, I can find it because I name things the most random. Like half the time it has like LOL, WTF, version 29 or something like that. And so when I dip into my archive, which is usually on a bunch of hard drives, it's almost like opening up Christmas presents because you're looking at it, like, oh, I forgot. And I was like, oh my God, this is so cute. And then you're like, oh yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, oh, that half-baked idea. Why didn't I continue on with that? And sometimes when I'm like lacking inspiration, I'll just go and to my old stuff and then find something that's partially done, go, hey, I need to finish that. And that's what happened with one of my other pieces, The Masses, which was a poem, which I took from, yeah, so Instagram is my archive as well. I think I saw it on Instagram and I was like, oh yeah, where's the rest of that poem? And I went into the archive and I couldn't find it because of course she didn't name it properly. So I'm like, okay, well, let's see what this version of me can come up with. And then that led to the whole, mass participation piece, which wouldn't have happened if I didn't look back and tag team with myself. So that's kind of like how I see things. And I'm still constantly doing that, even today.
I love it. Everybody's answer to this question is so different, but I think that my approach is more similar to your approach.
Well, what's the best approach that you've heard? What's the
Well,
most
I mean, it's just, I think I've found it's a very telling question, or it's like, it speaks to like people's own processes. So it's like, there's no hierarchy. I've just found that it's very like evocative of the way people view their own practice. So like some folks really want things to be, like done so they can go back to them and they don't want them to change very much. And it's like the process of confronting yourself by seeing the subjectivity that's kind of encapsulated in the work is more like grating. And there are some people for whom that feeling of like, artifacts you made being like gifts to yourself in the future is more like the way that they view it. And that's more the way that I view it. But
although
yeah.
sometimes they're not great gifts because that is sometimes where you have to go back and amend it and stuff. So I went through a phase where I took like a bunch of my photographs and they start doing graffiti all over it, like with spray paints and also online digitally, because I felt like it needed something else. Like, no, that piece ain't done yet kind of thing, even though I thought it was the day.
It's nice to collaborate with past versions of yourself.
Yeah.
So now we'll shift over to going into the space. Will you just pop the link into the chat for me?
Sure. All right, so I put the link in, but I don't think I've published. Hold on, I should probably go ahead and publish it because like I put a whole bunch of alt text in there. I did some stuff today, so let me do that. Okay, publish please. Merci beaucoup.
De rien. Et voilà.
Et voila. Sorry, I forget sometimes that. Oh, lovely. Yes, when we're recording, of course. Yeah, I forget that humans are sitting in front of the computer. Hi. Okay.
Donc. Aha. So we materialize. There's a big 3D grid in front of us. And then there's this spinning kind of abstract reflective green shape. And there's this, looks almost like a door on its side that keeps sliding towards you and then back again, as if it's in this big slot in the center. Ooh, are those tailpipes? There's this big structure with kind of elevated sides that's like a dark reflective purple. And then as we go in, there are these kind of like ridges where the floor plates are sliding in and out and like exposing some images. And I see the text AI and I really, really big in 3D kind of in the background. But like you said earlier, there's a lot to take in.
You're very good at this. It's like half, 3/4 of the stuff you said, I would have never thought to have said it. I would have gone off on a weird tangent. So it's interesting hearing you and seeing you do it properly.
It's not proper, it's just another subjectivity. So where should I go? Or what's coming up for you in this area?
I wanna see how someone who isn't being instructed by me would like view and tour the space, because I don't get to see this. I mean, like I could babble while you do it. So like the grid and this thing here, which I just, to me it's like a little spaceship. But yeah, it was a sci-fi door that I flipped on the other side, and at one point, when my previous installations at New York City, it formed part of a man cave where I just like dump all my previous bits and bobs from other exhibitions in the space, and it was like this nice little dark hideaway where which was separate from the main show, because that was kind of like the time when we all had one space, and I kept like reiterating because there was so many ideas I wanted to do. So what I liked about this space here is that inside you can also go in and be like, there'd be like this little mini hallways that you can run around. So like inside the pipes and stuff, there's nothing in there at the moment, but previously I have used it in different ways. And there's, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything more. Oh, that, yes, this is not a door. The original version of this was, this is not a book, because I keep saying I'm gonna make a book. And most recently, the book was supposed to be AI and I, but because it doesn't stop and there's always like new stuff coming in, it's like, okay, where do I start and stop with a book kind of thing? So that was just a throwback to that. Maybe I should have dug out the original, this is not a book, but I kind of like, there's not a door because you're passing through it, and it's not a door and it's a throwback to Magritte. And I'm going to stop talking now.
And the door that you used is indeed not a door. It's been like converted to the architecture. And so that text is in the same reflective green transparent material as this big abstract sculpture, which we're now currently inside, and it's all spinning around us. And I see you did some lights also, so it's like tinging the whole sculpture, or like segments of it, these like really nice oranges and greens and blues. I'm loving the Z fighting with these AI images, where when you move around, the two of them are kind of fighting to be seen, and then when you pause, you get a different recombination of the multiple layers. depending on where you are. So I'm seeing some kind of duck ballerina. I'm seeing like a some kind of sculpture coming out of like a foot in a high-heeled shoe with like a pearled anklet. I'm seeing some weird like sci-fi trees with some like crepuscular rays coming through with like some blue hues, but it's super busy. It's really cool.
But see, like, how would you, I mean, you did a good job of like summarizing that, but I was looking at this and I'm like, how do I explain this? You know, in like a couple of sentences or whatnot. I mean, to me, I kind of like, I like this. I discovered it a while back by accident, and it was just me uploading a whole bunch of images that I was going to scatter around the place. But then when I went to preview to start moving things, I noticed that if you didn't touch them or you just moved it just a wee little bit, it would kind of like glitch. And I love that glitch effect. And like for this in particular, like layering tons of images on top of each other, to me it just seemed like a digital lenticular effect kind of thing. And I thought it was funny because of the iterations on iterations on iterations. You know, it's like how, you know, AI images are generated via the noise. I just like the whole idea of layering iterations on iterations, and you know, and it's, yeah, I don't know. It's like,
I remember making this discovery myself, and then Don told me that that effect is called Z fighting. There's actually a game designer who made a whole game world that was about Z fighting. I'm pretty sure it was Phase Zero, but I can't remember.
oh, see, when you said Zifa, I just assumed you meant like, you know how the green glass bridge kind of like slices through it. I thought you meant like the fighting for attention, like because sometimes you can't see the images because the bridge is in your way, and yeah. But no,
No,
it's that.
that's actually the name of this effect, and depending on the GPU that's processing the image, it'll come out differently. Like I have a MacBook Pro with the M1 chip, and so the way that it Z fights on here is a bunch of squares and rectangles are like shifting through it.
Yeah,
But
because if
on,
it's exactly as I see it on Zoom, this looks different to how I've ever experienced it. Because usually for me,
different on my other computer, actually. I actually prefer the way that Z fighting effect looks in general, but I think it's really, really working for this piece. And it's kind of interesting how subjective it is, even based on the machine that you have, how it will look.
right? Like this is not the way that I intended it to. Although having said that, I spent like a whole evening creating something in Touch Designer that kind of looks like this. It like pixelates a lot of areas, so you have lots of these squared kind of bits of images. But for this piece, I love the whole vertical kind of, so I'll be like, okay, please view this bit only on this machine, that machine, that machine, that machine. And then so for everyone else, put a big giant box that says do not look. I mean, it's all right, but if I saw that, I would have, that wouldn't be what would be in the show. Like I would move it. I mean, it's okay, but I mean, in comparison, because you've seen both versions, right? So you know that the other version is epic. Well, to me, anyways, that's a bit cocky. But I mean, the Z fighting is quite nice, different.
And I do really like the way that the green sculpture is clipping through and occluding your vision in the same way as this scary skeleton piece below inside of the door is constantly being obscured by the door. So you can never really get a good look at it. But I'm seeing this sort of, it's a very like surrealist kind of like infinite expanse of sky and like wispy clouds with all of these skeleton figures floating around in the center. Like there's one wearing a suit and holding his own head around waist level, and in the center it's so funny to try to like remember these things. Okay, yes, so there's like the skeleton with this like red curtain behind it. There's one with wings, and there's some disembodied wings all around. It really, yeah, it's definitely giving DALL-E the artist, not DALL-E the AI. So we've got a lot of clouds of images, or like lots of images all over. And so we've got like another scene with some like weird butterflies. It definitely has the sort of AI tinge to it where it resembles a butterfly, but it's not like anatomically perfect. It's weird text that's not totally legible. It almost looks like it says soft, and there's a really glitchy person inside of a bird cage on like a grassy knoll. And like I see skeletons are a motif for you. This one looks kind of like something that you would make in one of those old photo, like kid pics or something like that. There's another skeleton with like wings and all these different flowers and some slightly illegible like wingdings text going down the left side. See this like security camera thingy, white background, pretty colorful, lots of negative space, more winged figures on a long wide image. There's some like flamingo action, but it's kind of, I see some ballerina feet. I see something that's more sculptural and like blue bronzy on the left. And then all of these sort of abstract polygons in white and blue are like Z fighting through each other. And then there's another door that's like clipping back and forth through us.
You know, I like using skeletons because everyone has the same color skeleton. So race doesn't become a thing. I think like it's kind of universal in that way. So that's the reason why I keep finding myself going back to it, like especially when I'm thinking about, okay, well, I want to do some kind of portraiture kind of thing, and I don't want to use a unicorn, even though I love my unicorns. And also they are kind of cool and represent a lot of different abstracty kind of themes, notions.
Yeah, I see the unicorns on either side of this widescreen image. We've got some nice like color bars, like small ones sitting on top of these really blurred out flowers. And then there's this really cartoony, sad looking like angsty teenage unicorn with like kind of bloodshot eyes in the center, like they've been crying. I realize I'm not sharing sound, and I see a little, some kind of DAW up there, and that looks like it might be sound. So I'm just gonna stop sharing for a second and reshare with sound.
And reporters and policymakers, HAI, Sure, SL.
I actually forgot that as well. When I was going to do the alt text thing, I was hitting previews and it can like zoom me to where the next image is, so I can look at it while I'm doing the alt text. And then I heard sound coming like, oh yeah, something else is in there. And I totally forgot about that. But yeah, the way that you're describing the images are very different to how I did. So it was really nice hearing you do it.
Yeah, it's fun. These are really cool.
Recipes. Have you got any good recipes in there? Yeah, your recipe folder. I'm into my air fryer. I tried to make bread the other day and it didn't turn out that well. Yeah, I'm not good with baking.
There's a poet that I saw speak recently who had a really long, she was like interposing this very meticulous bread recipe with this other like super personal story. I thought it was really fun. I love recipes as a form.
Wait, a bit like Hannibal or Dexter, but
yeah,
like combining art with food rather than murder with food.
Oh, I want to go inside one of these speaking cue. Oh, this is the second conversation. Let's go to the first conversation down below.
Can AI make us question our own existence?
I can see your desktop.
Oh no!
AI make us question our own existence in the same way an art.
Sorry, that's why I'm checking out your folders. That's why I was like recipes, and you're like, what is this going on about? So.
Can AI make us question our own existence in the
Can you see
same
it
way
now?
an art piece can? BAI.
Really? Well, I can edit that. So I'm going into AI and I conversation 1, and we're seeing this spectrogram that's like moving across a playhead. So you see the waveform audio, and then you see the spikes on the spectrogram when speech is happening. I'm gonna go inside and we can look at it for a second.
Can
The
AI
AI.
be both art and code in
Silence.
the same way an
SO.
artist can be both an
Can
artist
AI
and
be
a
both
person?
art and code in the same way an
BAI.
artist can be both an
Silence.
artist and a person in the same way
SL.
an art piece can
Can
be
AI
both
be
art and
both
code
art
in the
and
same
code in
way
the
an art
same
piece
way
can
an
be both
artist
art
can be
and
both an
code?
artist and a
So it's
BAI.
kind
person
of
in the
this
same way an
repeating
artist
loop.
can be
Do you want to
both
say more about it?
Yeah, this was like one of the initial conversations that I had with GPT-3, and I just found it quite comical how I was asking it, all these questions, and I was kind of like interrogating it in a way. And then at some point, to me, it seemed like the model got moody and just started giving me all these like really, loopy kind of answers, which sure it could have just been like spouting out whatever, but I suppose it's the way that I was reading it, it came across like it was a moody little sarky thing that just decided to answer my questions in the most annoying manner possible. But I found it hilarious, and so that's why you have these waveform things there. I thought it would be good to like visualize it as if it was an interrogation. And then I like the idea of layering the voices.
Yeah, I think it's a really great effect. It definitely brings like the chaos, and I love that it's like a lot of questions.
Mhm.
Let's go to the other one.
HAI. Who is the fictional person? SL. Dunno. Maybe AI called Howard, who is trying to find a way for all living beings to live in peace. HAI. That's interesting, and also, meta. Fine, I'll roll with it. So we're gonna draft a speech. Where is Howard the AI giving his speech? SL. How about at the Dollar Near Protocol conference in Lisbon? All the tacky peeps are there. And reporters and policymakers. HAI. Sure, let's give it a go. SL. Clears throat. I stand before you here today, on this beautifully sunny day, to ask you to join me on my quest. HAI. Sitting there, SL. Takes a breath and in a frustrated tone asks. Who is this person? HAI. Breathes out. I'm sorry, what? SL. I asked who is this person? HAI.
So it's kind of hard to tell like who is speaking. Is that all a conversation from the AI, or is that like both of you?
It's both of us. And so yeah, I even got confused towards the end because I was putting words in its mouth and it was also popping out dialogue, with kind of like me and creating that. I'm like, whoa, what are you doing? You're not supposed to. But yeah, so at the end, it's like this weird blend where it's a combination, but I can't quite tell where it starts and I end kind of thing, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that was interesting conversing with it and interrogating it and seeing what kind of information it'd retrieve and pull back.
It's really cool.
Oh, and it was so funny hearing the voices, the AWS poly voices, and like deciding what ones to allocate to, what sections. And yeah, so I think for the first one you had Brian, which I think there's one with like an English accent, and then there's another one with sort of like an American accent. Recently I went back for another piece to pull up some voices, and it's changed so much, and it's so strange because now they have other voices, and it's like they'll have Indian and then or French or Spanish, and then you go to listen to it and they've just got the accent on there and it sounds so weird. It sounds like they're making fun of people. Or it's like the Aesthetica Uprise 2023, and then you kind of like thinking, ooh.
Alors, it's so funny. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's the ways in which I've been
or
thinking
you-
about this, like when when I was playing with Dolly, I was like, okay, what does the AI think a trans woman looks like? Which of course I also am. And it's like, in some sense, the further along you are in your transition, or it's like, if you're like passing, then the algorithm by definition can't see you because the human can't see you either. So what appears in the AI generations is like all of the things that make me feel dysphoric. And in that same sense, it's like the things that the algorithm renders visible are like all of the stereotypes because it can't really understand like nuance in this way.
It's got a lot to learn, right? Or we as humans got a lot to learn.
Yep, it's like encoding our bias. It's nice to like zoom out of the spaceship and see the like upcurved tailpipes and this kind of translucent pink purple sphere like rotating through the scene, where it's like when you get inside of it, it's so dense, and then it's like as you get further away, it just seems like really small. I have one more question about, because it's like, it's interesting to think about visual description when you're using descriptions in English to tell the AI what to generate. Have you thought about that tension of like what you tell it to do versus like what actually happens and how to describe what happens?
In terms of telling it what to do and, you know, what it brings back and how it differs from what I told it to do. From that point of view, I found it kind of interesting. I think I once said it's a bit like doing a battle rap with DALL-E. So it's not really like I'm telling it to do something and then it will do the thing that I tell it to do. I will tell it to do something, and sometimes it complies, and sometimes it's like, I don't know what the heck it's pulling, but it's pulling something. And, you know, sometimes it's good and I think, oh, okay, well, I can work with that and I'll bounce off it. And, you know, other times it's like, no, let's kind of like try it again. So I just see it as this, it's like a very sophisticated randomizer tool thing. Do you mean like, I've wondered what would happen if I started putting in prompts in different languages, but I've not actually tried that myself. Have you tried that?
No, but our last artist in residence, Luca, did. He had a whole space called Queer AI that had to do partially with the like English language bias, because he's a Spanish or a native Spanish speaker, but he's bilingual. But the sort of ways in which it sort of enforces this very like Western description viewpoint, and then it's like, how are, you know, queer Latinx people represented by the AI?
Once again, it's like all down to the human biases that currently exist. It's just going to reflect what humans and humanity and what the global, you know, state of things is like.
Yeah,
but like
technology is not neutral.
No, well, it is neutral, but the people who create it and, you know, tinker around with it aren't, I don't think. Or do you think that technology is not neutral? Like,
I think it's always the result of artifice that like we encode our biases in the structures that surround us, and it's like they're so dense, and so it's like none of these questions have clear answers. But I definitely have a bias towards rejecting the neutrality of technology, or like seeking to interrogate the biases that make up the world that we live in. So
do you think that we'll ever be able to kind of like make AI be superior to humans in terms of neutrality and like getting rid of the bias and being more just and fair and helping humans to be
who's interviewing who here? Well, I tend to view AI as a type of statistics, and so will statistics ever become human? No, it never will. It's like this, it's like a tool, and so it's like in all senses with technology, interrogating why one needs to compute is maybe like a core question for me. Is there, well, how did I do on like the path through the space? Is there any zone that I've missed, or is there anything else that you want to touch on?
No, you did really good. You got everything. And this is why I tried. This is the most minimalist space or thing that I've done, I think, and I've been so good to like keep it all tight. And as such, it's good because you haven't missed anything. You've got everything, even the two audio-visual bits. So that's grand. I've added like a couple of different levels to it, but that's not in here. It's just like in the world. So this space That is it. And you've described it wonderfully. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I'm really glad we did this. It's like, I've known you for a long time, but it's really great to like get to know your work in this way. I really, really appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, thank you. It's always nice hanging out with you. And yeah, seeing how someone else navigates through space. It's cool.
It's like a live play test.
Yeah, exactly. See how you see it. And yeah, now I know that glitches look different on different screens. I'm like, but there's nothing I can do about that. But it's a nice quirk of the system, I guess.
Totally. So I'm gonna stop recording now.
Okay, got it.
Great. Hi. So I guess let's just start with, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Well, I go by Touch Sound Art, and my actual name is Oksana Kryzhaniwska. And I adopted this new name because of the different approaches to the NFTs and crypto, because I'm located right now in China. Although I come from Ukraine and I have lived in Canada for quite a while, and then relocated to China just before the whole COVID thing started. And what else did you ask? Sorry.
I just asked where your name and where you're calling from. And what is your piece called?
My artwork is called Crystals of Memory, and this name comes from the idea that I wanted to explore parametric modeling for exploring the concept of how our memories kind of build up and then they break down. So I was trying to figure out a way of reflecting that in a process and building these kind of crystal shapes.
Beautiful. And when did you make the piece?
I made the piece in May, and this was actually done during my residency with Belgrade Art Studio. They have an online residency that artists can participate, and because the world was kind of reopening at that time, but I was still stuck with only doing online things. So I was working on that piece then, and also it reflects the topics of, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. So the residency was built around the whole idea of conflict, art and peace, and how artists actually can do something. And we were trying to figure out whether artists actually have anything they can do in the state when your country is in a state of war. So that was kind of how this piece came along.
Yeah, I mean, I think art is such a profound way to preserve memory outside of language. And, I've studied so much art that comes from conflict. It seems it seems really clearly valuable, but I'm really excited to talk more about this. And what was your workflow to create the piece?
Yeah, so this is kind of the main thing that I don't know if it comes across in the final artwork or not, but what I was trying to do is I was trying to create a work that's process based and really trying to think about how we remember and what happens to our memories. So because of the war, I am actually unable to visit Ukraine even now because it's so complicated you cannot directly fly into Ukraine anymore. You have to go probably to Poland or some neighboring country like Slovakia, and then you have to either take a train or a private car to get into your hometown. And I wasn't able to do that, because of work and other time commitments. And I was trying to think about what are the things that I actually retain about my home place and how those memories were reshaped, because right now my main interaction with my hometown and my friends and my family is happening through the social media. So I was thinking about those images that I see in online in the media. So I was using some references from Google Maps, Street View, and I was trying to recreate these places that in my memory are now shaped as these fragments. Like I barely remember some of them, even though I lived in my hometown until I was 15 years old. And some of these places, they also changed since I left. So what I started was I was writing a piece of code that takes my small models of crystals. So I kind of hand built some models of crystal components, and then I coded them to build up the shape in a generative way to combine them together. And after that was done, so that's kind of a symbolizing the process of us building up our memories. So after that was done, I had another code that I wrote, and I work with Maya for these things. So after that was done, I wrote another piece of code that actually deconstructs these. So whenever the shapes were intersecting and they were overlapping, the code would actually chip away parts of these shapes and create these kind of broken structures. So I actually took this large shape that was created, and then I broke them up into several zones. So there are actually 7 different zones that I mapped with some images. And these are images of the places in my hometown. So I picked 7. I actually picked originally 9 places, but at the end I picked 7 places after I started writing about them. So that was actually a new thing for me to include text and try to talk about these memories in a text form in very short snippets. And these text descriptions, they're not very descriptive. They're more like metaphors or the kind of things they remind me of. So for example, I have a place called Slonik, which is translated from Ukrainian. It's an elephant, and there's this elephant in the park where I used to go to school every day, and this elephant was covered in graffiti and then repainted, and it kind of doesn't look the same way. And then at some points, the area was overgrown with shrubs and bushes and so on. So I had to kind of reflect on that idea of my childhood and my friends and kind of things like that. And for the images, it was also an interesting process for me because I didn't want to take, the Google Maps images by themselves. I wanted to take them as a starting point and inspiration. So what I did actually, I shrunk those Google images by something like they were at the end about 200 pixels in size. And I fed those into AI, and AI generated the details of these places based on these very tiny shrunk images. And I don't know how much you know about AI as a process. So I was using something called VQGAN Clip and some other upscaling. So these are kind of open source scripts. I didn't write these scripts. But what I did was I kind of fed them through these several scripts to upscale and fill in these details. And obviously the details become kind of weird and the colors changed. And it reminded me of this process of also how when we are remembering things are kind of get a little bit surreal in our memories.
That's so beautiful. I'm really glad to hear the process. It's like really, really rich. It's so interesting the sort of formation of the shapes almost mirrors the way that crystals are maybe formed in real life.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about how, in that sense, our Earth is also like a representation of memory in a more long-term scale, because when the Earth forms, there are things that build up, like the rocks and the landscape, and then erosion of wind and water, they take away from these things. And then the things we see at the end are kind of this constant flux of building and removing.
Yeah, it's like a really, really rich process. And so I'm curious, like, what was your practice like before the pandemic? Like, did you work in virtual space before? Or yeah, I'm curious about the movement.
Well, actually, my movement to virtual space didn't start during pandemic. I think during pandemic, what happened is that there these kind of works became suddenly interesting to others. But well, actually, I started out as a sculptor. So my first sculptural media was stone carving. And I guess maybe that's why I'm also thinking about this idea of terraforming in my work. No, but yeah, so I did a bunch of stone carving and I did some metal casting, and then I have done kind of 3D scanning and CNC kind of work back in 2008. So I was interested in these digital technologies for a while because of the way we see through machines is kind of different from the way humans see. And it just fascinated me for a long time. After that, I kind of dove into the interactive installation art, and I've done some sculptures where I would embed electronics and make the sculptures react. So at that time was more interested in the idea of the sculpture becoming a four-dimensional medium. So introducing the time component into the sculptural work, and that would sometimes use music. At that time, I collaborated with a very great musician, and from there, I kind of learned my way into making my own music, which I did for this artwork. So then I think when I was working with these interactive sculptures, I always imagined them to be the controllers for some kind of virtual worlds. And I would want people to have these objects in their hands and have these objects that they touch and squeeze to be actually something they manipulate and interact with, something like a game or simulation. So I started learning these tools because those tools were quite new to me, and they take a while to learn. And I started working on the digital modeling and learning how to code, learning how to sculpt by hand. I do quite a lot of work right now where I actually just sculpt by hand and build worlds out of that. So yeah, so it was kind of gradual. And then I was always looking for these kind of opportunities to interact with the community and make digital work, and also have the discourse around the digital work, because sometimes it's great to have a conversation with more traditional artists, but sometimes it's also great to have someone who is also working in that media and see what kind of conceptual and technical challenges they face. So when the pandemic started, that I felt like that was actually the time when people started highlighting these projects and they become more visible, and there are more places to exhibit and see other works. So that's kind of my gradual transition towards the metaverse kind of projects. And I also believe that web XR means VR, and browser kind of web 3D and augmented reality. They're also more accessible to people compared to the more fancy virtual reality worlds, because not everyone has a device and not everyone has a super powerful computer to run these things. So that is another reason I started exploring these starting about 2019, 2018.
Wow, that's really, really cool. I mean, such a fantastic process. And it feels really like natural and like connected. And so my next question is, how long had it been since you created the space that you returned to it for this project?
Well, this space I worked on it. I think it was April, May, and a little bit of June. So, kind of thinking about the topics first and trying to experiment with the coding parts of this model building. And then the piece had to be done by the end of the residency. And I didn't plan to do some big exhibition for it. I think for me, it was more like having some community support to try to think about these ideas instead of working by myself. And I was happy to submit this for the festival. So maybe it will get a little bit visibility.
Totally. And so like, how does it feel to come back almost a year later to the space after you made it?
I think it's great. I mean, I feel like from the people that have seen it, they have very positive experiences from it, and it's designed to be an immersive space. So you kind of enter it and you're supposed to almost meditate in this floating world. I really like the process that was almost invented from this idea for me, and I do continue working with this process in my other artwork. So both using the AI for generating textures, something that may be different from the hand painting things, and also with the music as well, just trying to really combine the music with the sculptural work.
It's really, really cool. And one of my interview questions is like, how does it feel to visually describe your work after you made it some time ago? But I understand that the visual description or the alt text was like a stylistic feature from the beginning. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I was actually very excited to work with New Art City as a hosting place, because the features that are available here are a little bit different from other metaverse projects. And what I really appreciated about this project is that New Art City is really focusing on the arts and more like contemporary arts in this 3D world building, and allows for different kind of media to be displayed. And one of the things that really attracted me was the having of this alt text, because I wanted to experiment with the writing for my work. I wanted to have, I mean, sometimes you can add voice over for this, but I wanted to have the soundtrack to be the only sound in the space at this point. So these reflections that I wrote for each space, they were part of the experience. So when you're lost in this immersive crystal, you're actually not sure where you are. And the only indication that I wanted to give to the viewer is these little descriptions. So every time they point or their view into a specific section of this artwork, they would read a description. So for example, the artwork part that's called Entrance to Pedestrian Lane reads the following: you wish to speak to your mother tongue, so you remember what it was like to be held in tight and warm arms. The color blue of the hospital wall strips is here to remind you of the calm before the storm, happening all the time, every generation, for the last 1,000 years, since the great peace owner projected his perception of peace. And this is happening when you're hovering over this cluster that has some blue pieces and has some light gray pieces in them, and they're all obviously quite fragmented, so you can't really make out what you're looking at. But that's because the image that I started with was from the entrance to a park that I took a lot of times, and I was there always with my best friend as a kid, and we would also kind of, you know, feel very safe at that place. So it reminds me of this. And right now, the conversations with this friend are quite difficult, right? Because every one of my friends are kind of displaced and relocated, some more willingly than others. And what I wanted to talk about was this kind of text is bring some of these metaphors without really directly talking about these stories. And also I mentioned some things that may sound a little confusing to the viewer, but that's also on purpose. So for example, when I'm translating this great peace owner is actually, I translated literally the name of one of the kings in Ukraine. That is a very big debate with Russia. Russia claims is theirs. Ukraine claims is theirs. It's called Volodymyr Veliky. And it's actually the same name as both presidents. So Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, they share this name. So I didn't want to use the same name. I wanted to kind of like allude to it with the text. So the text is kind of like that, right? It's maybe I'm trying to be a little bit more poetic and metaphorical in describing these places, and also more like reflections on these memories. Now, so when you navigate the space, you encounter all of these places at the same time, and you can read the descriptions of them.
Allusive and elusive. It's a real treat to hear you speak about the work, or it's also like beautifully thought through. So I know the piece itself is really, really tied up with these ideas of memory, and I want to zoom out on that a little bit and think about, how memory reflects in your practice more broadly. Like, how do you deal with archiving your work, especially with variable media? Like, do you have a practice of returning to old files in your computer? Do you I wonder maybe what the oldest file you have in your computer is.
Yeah, actually, because I started so long ago and I started with a lot of 3D scanning, I do have a bunch of hard drives of all of these kind of things. And some files at that time, they were just not possible for me to physically process due to the computing power. So I ended up showing some of them as these works as like physical objects that were done by 3D printer or CNC machine. But now I'm actually able to do something with them, right? So for me, the idea of taking these digital things that are either built with a machine or viewed with a machine allows me to continuously kind of iterate through them and rework them and resculpt them. So there was one piece that I've done quite recently of a 3D scan of a human face, and kind of I was able to resculpt it completely after more than 10 years passed, right? So, and I think that was always the kind of process I would use. I know some artists really don't like this idea of going back and reworking some of the media that they have, but I have done that pretty much my entire practice, and that was actually something I have learned to do when I was a little kid going to art school in Ukraine, in the city that I'm representing in this work.
That's really cool. I feel some kinship with my process also, or like with a computer, it never has to be finished, or like you can return to these things over time and make new meaning and like adjust things as time goes on. I think that's really beautiful.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to add about the specific work. So after I built the world, right? So I conceptualized this as a world with this immersive music and text. And then I discovered that New Art City has this catalog view, and it allows people to view these objects as separate pieces. And I did not expect that to happen. And I actually, even before the requirement for this festival, I decided to fill in the catalog view with the the descriptions and having these pieces to be individually viewable. So what happened is I actually reworked some of these pieces into individual sculptures. So I had to reconfigure them, and I actually included the text wrapping as a ribbon around each place. So that made a series of NFT sculptures that I posted on Tezos, because I'm a big part of NFT community still, even after the crypto crash. And I do that mostly because that's another way of having presence of this digital artwork.
What is the opposite of crystallization? Crystals of memory form and dissipate in the unconditional landscape of propagated paths, diverging from synaptic randomness under the guise of selective control. How do we preserve the places that cease to exist in their physical form or are inaccessible due to forced migration or exile? When a motherland is kidnapped and the home hijacked, how can one safeguard the sense of belonging? If places can be documented in audiovisual media, how can one capture the feeling of home? Will this memory forever drift away, or can it persist? This three-dimensional mental map of the artist's birthplace in Ukraine uses an audiovisual experience to explore the notions of preservation and home through virtual placemaking. The cybernetic space is a place for meditation and reflection on the unknown from a perspective of a fleeting homeland. And I realized I don't think I turned on audio sharing, so I'm going to stop sharing and reshare.
Okay.
Okay, now we're sharing audio. So there are all these intersecting shapes, different amounts of polygons, but relatively low poly. And I can see some kind of, there's some blues, there's some very earthy tones, it's pretty compressed image textures. I can kind of make out something that looks tree-like. You can see a little bit of red and black and white that maybe looks like it's the graffiti that you were talking about. And it's very slowly rotating. And I can see there's a little text popping up in the bottom right corner that says, slowly walking forward, saturated serenity of urban overgrowth overwhelms our expectations. Friends drift apart, losing each other through a longing to reconnect. One in a million chances. Turn down the sound a little bit.
Yeah, I think the audio is quite overwhelming.
That should be a little better.
This place is definitely not meant to be talked over, right? So, because there's only a chat option in New Art City, I did not try to make this audio work with the other audio, and it's supposed to be a little bit overwhelming and just immersive.
Yeah, I think sound really helps with that. Is this volume okay with you, or should I cut the sound?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So as I look around, I can see what you're talking about, that there are different texts popping up as I highlight different ones of the intersecting models. there's this like cloud of rocks all suspended in this kind of spherical shape. It's definitely super overwhelming. Oh, and now all of the rocks disappeared, and all I'm seeing is this kind of dark, earthy, semi-transparent texture, and the background is all black. And
Yes.
the text that appears is, "We say we will never forget and never forgive. It is easy to get lost in the day-to-day, closing our eyes and drifting into routine fantasy. We must find a way to remember and forgive every day." Sorry, I cut you off.
No, no worries. So when you drift out of the center, I use this disappearance feature in Neuron City to kind of show how we can get lost, right? So the idea is that you are lost in the space, and then if you turn around, then if you go back in the space, you'll probably encounter these again. So these shapes kind of show you, if you were standing back from them and looking into this outer shell, you're seeing just kind of like this dark cave-like structure.
Yeah, now I can see all of these different like protuberances coming off of it. It looks almost like an amoeba, but I can see it's like semi-transparent and it's reflecting the light a little bit. There's sort of like a sunset HDRI reflection. And then the big cloud reappears. It's really cool how, I mean, especially understanding the metaphor of like memory kind of receding and returning and taking on this like amorphous form. It really hits. So I'm highlighting this, I see like it seems like the sky with some clouds, and they're like some of the shapes have little tree-like structures on them. Oh, it's called, Kvitka Fountain.
Yes, Kvitka in Ukrainian is a flower, and there's like an actual fountain with the name in my hometown. And the picture that is generated was from that place. So if you take a 3D view, you can have this kind of 3D sphere-like map of the picture, so the 360 picture of it. And because this is an outdoor location, it has the sky in it, which makes these kind of blue colors. And some of the trees, the AI really distorted into something else, and some it kept, and I kind of like that idea, having these the different architectural structures, they stop being themselves.
And speaking of which, I see these like degraded looking bricks. They definitely have the AI feel. I wouldn't have necessarily guessed that they were AI, but they've got they're like these like wavy grids, and the color, it's like black and white, but the colors seem to be like separating a little bit like JPEGs do.
Yes, and I like this idea of having these low poly and low quality images for this work, because it also tells us about like how our machines actually not preserving everything that we try to preserve with them. If you take a digital photograph on your smartphone, it will not capture all of the detail that we see with our eyes.
Certainly, and it's sort of like light is a continuous variable. It's a wave, and when it's captured, in a computer, it's converted to bits, and there it sort of becomes more of these like discrete little chunks of information. And in the same way, memory is continuous and information is discrete. And this one, alley with the red tiles, it seems to be blank. These are the only like crystals that seem to be almost totally white. Oh, and I see Slonic is there's a little bit more stuff on there, but is there a reason why this one it seems to be unshaded?
Yeah, well, actually, in my hometown, most of the days would be cloudy. So the sky turns to this, light gray color. And because I was using all these landscape photographs, it gave me a variation in the texture. Otherwise, everything would be very highly patterned. And as a sculptor, I do like to vary things. So for me, that was just something that worked really well to give some sort of, visual focus point, especially in this space, because everything is around you. Everything is kind of sort of shaped the same. I know that they're all every little model has its own unique shape, obviously, but you're kind of like in this very homogeneous environment otherwise.
Right, and I can see that that model also has the really distorted trees that almost look kind of like capillaries or like blood vessels or roots. And when you get up close to it, it's super pixelated. So I've touched Crystals of Memory, alley with the red tiles. Where's Slonic as Kvitka Fountain? It's interesting I didn't even clock that the visual descriptions were present in the 3D space. This is a really cool application. Now I'm zeroed in on Slonic by the Arboretum.
So the way I intended people to interact with it is that the sculpture floats. It floats a little bit off center, so it kind of floats around you, but it floats quite slowly. So if you find one of the chunks with a different kind of text, it gives you enough time to read the description. But if someone is having a hard time, you can actually click on the object, and that text description will freeze on the screen separately.
Right, that's smart. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how these like inbuilt features on New Art City are very generalized. And so there's an expected way that somebody will use them, but obviously what's most interested to me is the edge cases or like the unexpected ways that people use them.
And I like to approach these kind of metaverse spaces as an artistic tool and think about how all of these interactive features and non-interactive features can be part of the artwork.
Absolutely. It's always good to sort of think about what you're trying to do in an authentic way rather than sort of what the options are that are presented to you. So I believe we've touched all of the zones, and I was trying to read the descriptions, but I know that if somebody is visiting this on the catalog, they can just they can do that with a screen reader or no. But it's really special to hear kind of or to connect what we were talking about in the interview in the beginning with like how it actually looks in the space.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're in this space immersed, you may not actually touch every single part. They are kind of clustered in different parts, so it's not like you have one specific zone where the crystal is focused on this place. And because of that, that's kind of like what interactive narratives are like to me, is that you can have experience of just a part of it. And for me, that's already a complete experience for the viewer.
Absolutely. It's very, very like explorable. And I like that the sort of, since it's always moving, it was very smart design wise to sort of make it move slowly enough that you can read the text, but the, you know, the memory is always kind of receding in this way.
And now I think you're outside of the shape.
Yeah.
And when you zoom out, it will eventually also disappear in the fog.
Yeah. Yeah, the fog aesthetic is a very like characteristic part of New Art City, I think.
Yeah, and I really liked it. I really liked the way this fog was done. I mean, from the technical standpoint, and I think it does a lot to offer for the artists, because we are thinking about our experiences in the physical gallery spaces, or our eyes and our bodies allow us to focus on specific parts of the work, and it's very hard to do if you have this flattened out world on the screen. And having that kind of presence feeling, I think for me that was an unexpected feature, to use the fog in this kind of way, that New Art City is using it. So I really liked to explore that too.
Yeah, we always say fog is your friend.
Totally.
So how do you feel? Is there anything else that we haven't touched on that you'd like to talk about while we're still in the space?
I think it's pretty much everything. I don't know. I think, you know, the only thing that I would like to say is thank you for the technical team for coming up with this wonderful world building tool for artists, because I think it has a lot of potential and it's very easy to use for anyone. So I'm really excited to see what continues with this project.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's such a treat to hear you talk about your work. And yeah, you painted such like a comprehensive and like well thought out I don't know, concept for how and why you made the piece. So yeah, thank you for making the work, and thank you so much for taking the time. Hi. So the first question I'm going to ask you is just like introduce yourselves and introduce the project that you're presenting.
Okay. So my name's James Bragg. I'm from Bristol, England. I worked for 30 years as a family doctor in a small practice in this city, but 5 years ago retired from medicine, and I've just done a fine art degree, and I really love sort of exploring new 3D digital formats and experimenting with them.
And when did you make the piece?
The piece, well, Seba and
Wait. Yeah, Seba didn't introduce himself.
Yeah. Like how you did that, and then carry on with how we started.
So my name is Sebastián Morales Castillo. You can call me Seba. I'm a dancer from Chile, based in Bristol, UK. I've been living here for around 5 years. I mean, like I moved to like Europe 5 years ago. We met with James in 2021. During like some activities related to like open jams and breaking sessions, because here as everywhere else, like breaking is not really something supported or visible. So whenever there's like chance to show what we do, we will be around there. And Bristol is not such a big city at the same time, so like every time there will be something as a jam or like an open floor for us, we'll be there. And we met over there with James, develop a friendship since 2021, and we've been like working together on a lot of things based on that, like on breaking and digital visual arts.
Breaking as in like breakdancing?
Yes, breakdancing. Yeah.
Cool, amazing. I love that. I love the like organic collaboration. And remind me, when did you make this piece, Immersive Cipher?
So this was developed from 2021. So this piece, like let's say the exhibition, the virtual exhibition itself, it's
6 months.
Yeah,
6 months.
It's pretty like recent, but it has the compilation of like different works that we have been doing through time.
So it probably puts all of the sort of completed bits we've done for the last 2 years.
That's really beautiful. I think this is kind of a theme that, like, you know, maybe a show launched kind of recently, but it collects a lot of things that kind of were uncategorizable on their own, or like it's like, yeah, you really see like embodied process in these spaces. I think that's really beautiful.
I think for also me as a 3D digital artist, part of the thing has been us experimenting with different capture forms to capture the movements and shapes from the real world and bring them into a digital world. But part of the challenge is actually how to show my artwork. Is it projected? Is it a VR headset? Is it a web page? And so, yes, this was a great, I mean, that's part of the idea of your whole project, is a place where I can show 3D digital in a very accessible form to other people. So it was a great place to throw all the ideas we've been working on into something. I couldn't do this very easily in a real exhibition because I don't really work in reality that well.
So, right, I'm curious, like, it seems like inadvertently New Art City kind of became an archive of like art about the pandemic, or there's like a lot of shows that were about it because we kind of arise because of it. And I'm really curious, like, what was your practice like before the pandemic?
Okay, well, from my side is, as I said, I gave up my medicine 5 years ago, started a fine art degree. First year was pretty normal, then it got plunged into the pandemic, and then we're coming out of it. But so for my few years during my degree, we didn't end up with like a final year real exhibition. So it probably did force me to go down other ways of sharing my artwork, because I was in digital. That made online stuff very appropriate. But all of the painters and everyone in my year had to do something similar. We all had to go a bit digital.
And that's literally why we exist, because Don was an MFA at San Jose State, and his BFAs were going to not be able to have their BFA show. So he made them a 3D space where they could show their work. And that's how it happened.
I did that in my year as well. I helped because I'm from the techie side. So yeah, I did. I've really enjoyed a technique called photogrammetry. And so I was doing quite a lot of photogrammetry of my other friends' non-digital work. And one of the other sites I've been trying to do in our world is actually got quite a lot of objects from other people's 3D installations.
Oh, that's so nice.
So I've been doing it so I can share them then over online in a 3D form.
Yeah, could you share more about like your kind of concept and process for making this piece?
Yeah, I mean, we have been mainly like keeping it like super playful, and like, let's say we come up, let's say sometimes with a concept which comes from the dance, let's say like a specific movement, or it can be like a choreography, let's say like a phrase of movements that may come up. Or it may be also like James saying like, hey, we got like this new technique or equipment in which we could like portray, this certain movement, and it would look great, for example. And then we actually play with it, then we experiment a little bit more, and then we come up with like pieces, let's say with actual like work after like exploring with different like techniques, let's say, like different formats. And I think, yeah, that has been more or less the way in which we did.
I don't think any of this we've started with a clear end outcome. We've started messing with stuff, then decided which bits we like, and then decide what form they might take later.
Yeah.
I think that's wonderful. I mean, I love this sort of like interplay of kind of technology and movement. Like, can we do this? And let's see if we can do it. I feel yeah, a lot of kinship with that process.
And with and also because I've been learning a lot of the techniques as I go along, animation, rigging, Unity. I don't know what I'm doing. There's been a lot of mistakes which we've laughed at hysterically. So we've become quite specialist in bad animation. Animation are horribly wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, my story is relatively similar. Like, I wasn't really like living as an artist until about 4 years ago, and I've only been doing Blender for the last like 2.5. So I, yeah, had to learn as I went along. It's kind of the best way to do it, I think.
So we've been as far as the techniques for this exhibition we've put together, they're very varied because we've been experimenting with any sort of form we can get our hands on, and in a cheap way because we've not been doing it on no money.
Yeah.
So we've done digital film, we've done 3D sculptures printed out, we've done photogrammetry, we've been using volumetric depth cameras. We got access to a local university who've got a motion capture suite.
I was going to ask, yeah, that would be amazing.
And we've been playing with 360-degree cameras and then putting them all in. So I think all of those techniques are in this room, in this.
Oh, wow, that's so amazing.
Yeah.
I have a kind of like a cursory question. Like, was New Art City your first like virtual worlding tool? And you mentioned Unity. Have you tried, like, have you spent a lot of time in other like game engines before or after?
During my degree, I played with 3D software going back probably 20 years, things like TrueSpace were early ray tracing programs and things. But I didn't really get time until my degree to start exploring it more. Pretty early on, I chose Unity to get into it. And most of the stuff I've been doing hasn't been online. So I've been using it as a game engine and then showing it either projected or on VR headsets on a Vive and on a Quest 2.
Very cool. I have a Quest 2. I would love to see one.
Only the online I hadn't been doing because every time I tried to render.
Oh, it's a huge hassle.
To online, it just died. And then
That's
a friend
kind of like leads into maybe my next question, which is, it's like, how do you like, this is maybe more of a preservation question, like how do you ensure that those games will last for some reasonable amount of time? But like, how do you deal with archiving in your own work? Like, do you have a lot of folders that you go back to? Do you sort of cycle through old things, or like, yeah, how do you deal with that?
I don't know. I use Dropbox a lot because it's all in Dropbox in folders. But actually, as far as the Unity things, it's quite nice that once you actually sort of render them to a game, they are a finished thing, which is hopefully will stay playable for quite a long time until they mess up the operating system. But backwards compatibility to old PC games will probably hang around for quite a long time, hopefully.
Yeah, it's really nice that there's like a retro computing trend. But I guess also just from more of like a process perspective, like how do you deal with the archive of material that you create?
I don't quite understand.
Like how do you
it's kind of like do you have a way that you return to things that you've made in the past? Like, do you, or like, how does, yeah, I'm not sure how else to phrase the question.
Okay. Directory structure, mainly. I've got a very complicated, my whole life, you could probably look at by looking at the directory structure of my computer.
Yes, this is what I'm looking for. It's like, I feel like it can be kind of a window into somebody's practice as to like how they deal with the like all of the the files that they choose to show and not show, all of the kind of experimentation.
I think for a while, I've probably considered that my hard drive of my computer is an extension of my own memory. It is part of me.
That's really, really interesting to hear. Yeah, it's like everybody has such a different perspective on it. And so like, how do you choose to access your memory, or like what function does the memory serve for you?
I think a lot of me is based on my memory, and I meant to lose my photo directory would be just awful. It would be losing a bit of my memory. Yeah. So.
Yeah, yeah, it's beautiful. I love this question. Sorry for like, I'm just like so curious about the way everybody approaches things.
I don't know about Seba, because you don't think in the same way.
About your memory or about
your memory and your computer and your data, or is it all dance moves which are in your head?
Embodied memory.
Yeah. So no, on my side, I just use more analog based stuff, you know, like writing stuff down. But at the moment, I'm trying to get like hard drives and shit to make like a you know, an archive of like videos to be able to like name things and categorize them, you know, or like videos of moves by themselves, phrases by themselves. So
I mean, the best summary I've seen sort of you is actually probably scrolling back through your Instagram videos.
yeah, that's also super useful. Like I use Instagram as like an archive too.
Absolutely. It's interesting how it's used that way. And it's kind of like artists using this tool for something that it wasn't designed for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting how like movement can be ephemeral and then sort of documentation then becomes like an art in itself.
Yeah. But I find video sort of frustrating because I love 3D perception. And it always looks so flat, really. I want to be able to look at it from different angles and stuff like this.
I guess that's a fun part about like operating a camera in Blender is you can like get the angles, but it's nice to be able to explore.
So I think I found it particularly interesting, this idea that you can have a real camera in front of a person dancing, but then you put them into Unity and you've got now a 3D object and a virtual camera. But then you don't have to leave the virtual camera where the original camera was. The virtual camera wanders off. Yeah. And that really confuses people when I try explaining.
Yeah, we have like both of our digital film like artwork in the exhibition is based on that, like a lot of playing with the camera itself and like impossible angles and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, like Bruce Nauman. Have you heard of that piece? There's like one where you're like walking down this dark tunnel towards a glowing TV screen. And as you approach the TV screen, you see that there's actually a camera positioned at the end of the tunnel facing your back. So as you get closer to the TV, you get smaller. As you get further away, you get bigger, but you can't see it.
Well, it's more like if you've actually turned Seba dancing into a 3D real-time mesh, I mean, I've seen breakdancing films where they put the camera straight above the performer.
Oh, that's really cool.
Which is great for a lot of the ground moves, look really great from above. But with the way we've been doing it, we can have the camera below the dancer because it's an imaginary camera. You can do whatever you like.
It's interesting what Bruce Nauman does. Like, I just got a video.
Oh, you're just looking up Bruce Nauman now.
All floor positions. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool as a concept, yeah.
There's interesting meeting Seba and meeting other breakers and watching their Instagrams. There's quite a lot of breakers exploring not just the dance, but actually various media techniques of expressing it in film. Different animations, different perspectives, different video effects, lots of different things they're exploring, which was...
Yeah, I mean, I think all art is kind of multidisciplinary now. It's like, it's a little bit odd to sort of describe yourself by a medium as one might have in the 20th century. But I'm honestly so excited to look into this space. So can we switch gears to that? Oh,
yeah. So you don't mind us chatting like this? You'll just edit it all afterwards, will you?
Yeah, I mean, this is really like kind of an oral history, and like I'm really enjoying the kind of free exchange. It's because it's like we've shown thousands of artists on New Art City, and I've talked to a reasonably large fraction of them in some capacity, but like sitting down and talking to somebody about their work it's like really delightful.
Nice.
So I believe I'm sharing. Do you have an exhibition statement you'd like to read before we begin?
Oh, you just written one.
Yeah, that's the only thing we
Come on, set up. We'll get to that.
So yeah, I can read it out. Should I? Yeah.
Sure, go ahead. I'm just gonna let the camera roll on the background.
Yeah, let me know whenever.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, the exhibition itself, it's called Immersive Cipher. It's capturing breaking in 3D and digital exploration of form and movement. This digital 3D exhibition comes as a result of like a joint collaboration and friendship between digital visual artist James Bragg and dancer Sebastián Morales Castillo since 2021 in Bristol, United Kingdom. The exhibition is separated into different zones and has the objective of showing the work they have developed since the start of their collaboration. It combines initial works with more advanced or complex ones based on different techniques of portrayal and or equipment. their work started as a way of playfully portraying the movement and shapes of breaking through digital media, breaking as breakdancing. This intention has remained as one of the core reasons for their continuous collaboration. In this exhibition, there are works in different formats, such as digital film, 3D sculpture, photogrammetry, volumetric video capturing, motion capture, and 360-degree videos. Most of the digital work, the digital film work, has been presented. So most of the digital film work has been developed using music tracks in collaboration with music producer Grove from Bristol, UK. I think just that.
It's amazing. Excellent statement, and I'm really excited to dive in. So we begin in this 3D scanned alley. It's pretty like dark. There's like a brick building at the end with external piping on it. That was a theme in another artist show recently, actually. And then on either side of the walls, there's graffiti in sort of like fuchsia and orange. And we see along the wall 2 videos and a 3D scan of a break dancer in some sort of headstand position. Maybe Seba, you can name this position for me.
Yeah, this is an elbow freeze. It's a typical freeze in breaking, in which you stand on top of your forearm. Let's say using one forearm and one hand as a way of balancing on top of yourself. So yeah, this bit was created using photogrammetry, and it's represented as a 3D sculpture of myself. This one was made at Motion Capture Laboratory, and yeah, it's mainly a 3D representation of myself upside down, standing on one elbow with my hips bent. And
it's cool. The scan even kind of like captured your forearm tattoo, it looks like.
No, I think it's just got a bit. Have you got a forearm tattoo?
I don't have any.
No, no.
Well, it looks like you have one, and it looks sick. You should consider it.
Yeah. No. So, but it gets the hair though. The hair looks pretty cool. It has like.
Oh yeah, the hair looks awesome.
Yeah,
so
I like that. That was good.
Yeah, I need to shave it.
Like a leopard or something.
Yeah, exactly. That was tiger.
Tiger.
But yeah, that bit on the forearm is part of a platform that was on top of the, like, to be able to make this.
Oh, I see.
Everything melts a bit and squishes and crossovers.
I know. I do a lot of photogrammetry myself.
Yeah.
So let's move over to this video.
Well, I can tell you about the space. I can tell you about the space.
Oh, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. In Bristol, there is the old police station, and this is actually the exercise yard for the police cells.
Oh wow!
This is. It's now a art studio community of artists.
Community level space.
That's a wonderful evolution for a police station to take. Would they all be converted as such?
The cells are just around the corner, and we've done quite a few sort of club nights down there, including some very scary punk rock performances in the cells.
That rules. Wow. I'm so glad that you told me this. It's really adding to it for me. I love this graffiti too. Is this by like the artist in the studio? Like I'm seeing this, it's like a woman in profile with like black and pink streaked hair, and there's a little flower with a smiley face.
Our whole city is pretty dedicated and accepted to graffiti. We've even on our council, they sort of accept graffiti if it's good enough quality. There's a sort of, somebody has to sort of look after, keep an eye on it on the city.
I love that. Yeah, that's like, that's so British to have. It's like, as long as it meets our standards, graffiti is totally fine.
Well, there's some
I think it's because it's like Banksy city and all that.
Right.
In our city, it's definitely accepted as an art form.
But yeah, like
we love it.
In relation
that's so
to
beautiful.
In relation to authorship of any like of the graffiti over there, I think
yes,
we wouldn't be able to really tell, because it's like a lot of different artists have passed through the.
It's over years, and it will keep slowly evolving and changing.
Maybe able to tell through like the tag itself, but I wouldn't be sure about who was the artist, for example, of the last piece you just described.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really. I feel like at least in LA, like graph writers kind of like know who's who based on their tags, and it's like it would be very cool to interview somebody who might have that sort of personal knowledge.
We know people like that. We could probably find them.
I'm super down to do a sequel. That would be really cool. I want to go back to this volumetric scan though, because so far I think it's my favorite. What we're seeing is these like black and white videos of a person breaking in real time, and it's seeming to form like a 3D mesh, and you can see the shadows in white and black, and it's cutting between these like really short sequences. Can you tell me more about this one?
Yes, so this is our first like published work, let's say. It's called Immersive Cipher 1, and it's a short digital film which was edited. Let's say it is actually, it consists of this like mesh which was captured through volumetric capturing. We used a camera called the RealSense 4, and it was processed through Unity in terms of like where you can see the camera, like the angles of the camera were done through the edit mode.
Yeah, so this is panning the imaginary camera.
Yeah,
right.
And these ones are all made here, actually. Well, now I'm just gonna show, like, on my back here, this is like the living room space.
Oh, and you got your linoleum set up, vital.
So yeah, this is where I live.
This is, yeah,
it's a basement flat, and that square that you can see on the video is just here. So it's like a 2.5 3 by 3 meter square, and yeah, I think it's mainly that with a track made by Grove, and this.
Oh right, I want to turn up the music a little bit.
Oh yeah, the music is super good.
Grove is a Bristol homecoming performer, sort of punk electro, fantastic performer.
Yeah, I love how like ingrained like collaboration is in this piece, and I love how music comes into these spaces.
Yeah, the addition of the video also goes on beat with the track.
Oh, I love it.
I've done a lot of electronic music and a lot of performance through my life, and so I still approach visual art in the same way, really.
Yeah, I have my little studio set up here, just my like Norns and my OP1.
Yeah, we got the.
I've gone MPC. We're doing in 3 weeks' time in Germany. We're doing a live dance, electronic music, projected visual performance at LPM Audiovisual Festival in Münster, Germany.
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
There's going to be like 100 different audiovisual artists performing. It should be really interesting.
That sounds like a blast. Can you tell me more about this sculpture we're looking at here? I'm seeing it's got kind of like a wavy embossed texture, and it's like white, almost like bone. And there are these three interlocking rings.
Right, so if you look at the video beside it, and you follow the skeleton's left wrist.
Ah, it is a trace of the path of this person's motion. So I was wondering what these knots were, where the kind of loops intersect, and that's where the hand like twists.
Yeah. So that's a move in breaking elements, which is called like a power move, and this is a variation of a move called a swipe. And the sculpture is a representation of the trajectory of my left hand, of like, let's say 3 jumps of a swipe, and you can see them on this like curved lines. Yeah, I think you made the texture and everything in relation to it. This one has been presented like printed at the same time.
3D printed in resin.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
But only really small, about 10 centimeters high.
Yeah.
I don't know how to print it bigger.
I'm going to attempt to describe this movement because I think it's so cool. So the person starts by sort of slamming their palm into the ground, and then they like swing their hips around and then bounce and twist their entire torso 180 degrees so the palm slaps again. I think that's what I could watch this for like 20 minutes.
While doing that move, at one point in time, he's sort of on his back, hovering in midair.
Right. So it's two 180-degree twists from like palm to palm.
So let's say, yeah, your back is looking towards the floor, and let's say you're jumping from, let's say, with your right hand and right foot for support. You throw the move. You do this kind of jump to receive on the left hand and left leg, and like the body hovers a little bit, like your back looks towards the floor without anything touching. And then you can try to continue the movement.
This is what I think is so interesting about image description, is that it's so subjective and everybody's subjectivity brings something special to the table. It's like, I really feel like something is added when we do this.
That's amazing.
And I see over here, we have a little guy. This is like a human figure that's made up of these big, like brass reflective spheres. Like, you know, for scale reference, I think the arm comprises about 6 or 5 of them. Yeah.
Say about the dance moves.
Yeah, so this one is some golden balls. This one was a result from the motion capturing like project that we did, and what's happening over here is like something we would call like a set, or let's say like a phrase of like different movements. So I wouldn't really be able to describe each of them happening, but as a whole, let's say like ground, floor work, choreo, consisting like different movements in which on this one particularly, I use a lot of like hooking the legs on top of the arms. So let's say kind of like wrap over the back of your knees on top of your forearm, and then like kind of like moving from there on and like playing around with like where you're wrapping your knees over. And this is mixed with a little bit of like jumps and turns. I think it's mainly that.
I think it's interesting that the phrase immersive cipher we picked because Seba's explained to me in breaking, you would often get like a circle of people form, and people take it in turns to dance in the middle.
Yeah.
And this is called a cipher. So, and it's often in quite a lot of forms, it's nearly like a battle or a sort of a competitive performance between different people. And they often would do about a minute each.
Yeah,
in little short sets.
A little bit of an exchange on like different content.
It's quite like bebop, right? As compared to like big band as like an ensemble troupe where there's like a leader that like everybody gets a solo in bebop, and it seems to be the same in breaking.
The other thing about this is when we came back with this motion capture, I had to start experimenting with it in Unity and in Blender on what to make him look like. And so I did start off with, because I was learning animation, some just cubes and spheres, and I just attached it to the different animation data to see what would happen. So
was this one of your first projects together?
It's like middle.
Yeah, middle really, but the first one is one of the early experiments after the motion capture day.
I mean, I resonate with this because, like, you know, I've been using New Art City for as long as I've been a digital artist, so I have an archive of all of these things, and you can see kind of all of these different stages of your experimentation over time. I think it's really beautiful.
The other thing I found we both found really interesting, and Seba managed to describe it as well for me
at the ending of it.
Because I think you're actually better. I think he's actually better at words than me, even in English. But because there's none of the image of Seba left, he's been totally represented by some quite abstract forms. So, but it's really recognizably Seba. So you described it as being somehow the movement signature remains.
Yeah, like that.
I love that.
You can like people who know myself, let's say, or like the style of breaking I do, would be able to tell that may be myself.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that rocks. I love that.
Yeah, and also we kept like the last bit of the which you can really tell like there's like this particular way it's gonna happen now, in which I just finish and I just like stand up and like laugh a little bit.
He just
like,
poses with his elbows bent, stood up at the end, and it utterly looks like him.
Oh, I love it. I'm watching for it.
This one.
Oh,
Like, yeah,
oh, I
yeah,
see
yeah,
it now.
like-
That's so
like nodding-
nice.
Yeah, like
Just
nodding
kind of like
after,
shakes it
like,
off.
yeah,
I can see the laugh kind of, yeah, moving the body.
yeah, so I
This is
think-
a little bit of an off-topic question or whatever, but have you thought about using mocap to animate like non-human forms? Like, I'm wondering like if the position of the hands or something could like move trees up and down or something like that.
we literally.
I for another project, somebody else did this complete digital prison, and each artist had a little cell to put something in. And so I put in an oak tree in the cell because of just maybe how we're sort of restricting the wild world. And so I did have a photogrammetry of an oak tree. So I did try the animation data on it. It was very funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
I really want to see that. That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, that one is not on this exhibition though, because we took it as like kind of like one of our bad animation trials.
Well, that's because not all the vertices followed
Yeah.
the tracks. Some of them just wandered off their
Yeah,
own way.
so you had initially like this kind of tree, this oak tree standing, and then depending on where the markers were, there was a lot of trials of this. It would just like shrink or like go around, but like the structure itself would just like go everywhere.
It's sort of
Yeah, we really need to make like computer graphics bloopers.
Yeah.
Oh, we have, yes.
That would be really fun. Okay, so let's move on to this other video piece. Is there more around this corner, or is this kind of the whole environment?
There is 2 hidden bits at the end. Oh, if you go through there, just go straight in.
Oh, it's a 3D video of a club. This is awesome. So we got the disco ball with the like rainbow lights, and there's probably like 100 people here. There's somebody like breaking a little.
That's Seba.
Oh, and there's some folks with horns up on the stage.
Yeah, so this one is like typical Monday night in Bristol for the Bounce Jam. It's a jam organized in this place called Strange Brew. And yeah, we usually some time ago, as we didn't have any place where to train, we made this agreement with the musicians. As far as we got a little bit of space where to dance, we go there and jam with them. And there's always been this like kind of collaborative initiative between the dancers and the musicians. And actually, I think we met about like we probably met in one. And yeah, like you will have a lot of the dancers coming around, like asking stuff, or like not asking stuff, but like people coming around or like first timers into breaking, or just get interested from like the vibe into the place.
This is so cozy. Yeah, and it's like we used to have parties with Corsica Studios virtually, and you'd have, like 50 little green diamonds in a virtual space. But it's like, there's something so intimate about this 360 video. I'm very delighted.
I put it in, I think, because it captured a little bit of the Bristol culture of which we're both connected to, and just shared part of the art.
Yeah, you've done it in a really beautiful way overall. Like the combination of like the graffiti and the music, it really like transports you. Here are the cubes, and we've got all of our fun little textures. It's like very like PS2. There's this like big stone texture. Oh, and we zoom out and there's like, it's actually 4 cubes, which are the same materials as the dancers. This like burnt orange kind of stone is the ground, and then there are these like paving stones with grass growing between them, some like dark, cracked castle brick looking stuff. And then we have that like sandstone, like marbly texture. And there are 4 dancers that are made up of arms and legs are like long rectangles, and the rest are cubes. All dancing in a circle, or I guess a square.
Yes, I thought about that. Everything's square, yeah.
Yeah, so this one also same thing. Grew up making the music. We came with this one because of the same like the little one from the motion capture with the golden balls. This comes from the kind of same project line, let's say.
Experimenting with very simple avatars while we were learning, and then just liking it.
Yeah, it's like there's this movie that I can send you called Computer Dreams of like the early years of computer graphics, and there's some like really atrocious stuff in there that's like really fun. But it's like there is definitely like an aesthetic of this like early proof of concept that's present. I think this looks great, but it's like I think but like the climax of that movie is like you get to Luxo Jr., the first like Pixar animation, which like wins an Academy Award. So it's like you kind of watch this movement of computer graphics from like proof of concept to like something that people view as art. Ooh, I love this rainbow sphere, like color gradient HDRI too.
So actually, and just slightly about these amusing connections, Musician Grove, their music studio is just behind that wall there, and they were very amused to see their music in this space.
That's really, really cool. It's it's so
space probably.
Where's the other secret area?
Oh,
the other end.
So eastern.
Yeah.
Western.
Go to the end and then turn a little doorway on the right.
There's another one. Wow. So we get another angle on y'all. I'm trying to see. So is this is the photo in the background? No. Oh. This one is. So you are sitting right there.
Yeah,
we're here.
Yeah, that one is new. That one is new, but it is. But yeah, let's say like actually. All right.
Right. So what we're seeing is another spherical video of Seba's apartment with the linoleum, and Seba's breakdancing, and James is sitting on a chair underneath a bookshelf, and there's a little table with a tablet on it.
He's tried to teach me some things, but I think I'm too old and stiff.
Oh, now the 3D camera is underneath Seba. This is really cool. Love the perspective.
Yeah.
And you're wearing the same sweatpants that you were wearing in the 3D scan with the green stripe along the leg.
Yeah, I think I'm also using those in the bounce night. I really like this tracksuits for like breaking. And I think this was when we were first starting to play with it.
At the end, he picks up the camera, tries dancing, and then hits the chair.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. It's our first like 360 camera crashing, breaking. So yeah, it will happen at some moment. It should come around the end, I think. But yeah, it takes a little bit of time. Oh, this one, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love the little kind of human moments. And now we're back to the beginning. Yeah, these are so cool. You've really like done so much with all these different kind of techniques in working in 3D, and then you're like showing it in 3D. I think this is every single one of these I do. It's so fucking delightful.
That's really cool.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead. Well, is there anything else that I missed or anything else that you want to speak to before I stop the recording?
I don't think so. It's only a small space with a few things in, but it's the result. I think it's a really nice description of what we've been working on the last 2 years, all pulled together.
Yeah, I think people tend to spend a lot less sort of concentrated time in a space, and then me kind of like forcing them to explain everything ends up making it's like this is much longer than I would typically spend in a space like this also. But yeah, every time it's just so fun.
Behind me.
Okay, hi.
Hiya.
So let's start with some easy ones. Tell me your name and where you're calling from and the title of your piece.
Hi, my name is Danielle Brathwaite Shirley. I'm calling from London, Clapham right now. And the title of my piece is called